everybody. Hi, Neverno. Welcome. Hope everybody's doing okay today. I am finally free from the rigors of work. Next week I have another shift on, I'm working on Wednesday again, so that'll be interesting. That'll be interesting. Today, though, I have other things. I have other things going on. Today will be a strictly 4-hour stream because I don't have a choice. I would prefer to be streaming a little longer today because everything that I've got planned, it probably isn't going to fit into 4 hours. However, unfortunately, I'm still not at a point where I feel confident telling my family that you need to do things on my time and not on your time because they'll just get mad at me. Because, you know, I finish stream at 4 o'clock and they want me to be at their place at 12. Like, this is... anyway. And that's ideal. Like, normally I finish stream at 4. I would like to have done a longer stream today, but no, you can't do that. Anyway, hope everybody's doing okay. I'm doing well. Things are actually going really well for me at the moment. I mean, I come in here always and I'm like, hey, yay, things are going good. I'm glad things are okay for you too. Finally, after many months of ardor and rigor and vigor and suffering and sweat and tears, have finally finished modeling the fur that's going on my model. Now that that is finished, I can move on to the rest of it. Now, there's a lot of fun stuff that's involved in this, but there's also a lot of stuff that is not so fun. I have told them my stream hours, they don't care. And they know what time I'm up till. I need to do things on their time. And... Why don't you participate in society like a normal person? Because I don't like being awake. Because I work afternoon shift. I work from 2 till 10. So, nobody who works from 2 till 10 is up and doing shit at 8 o'clock in the morning. Thank you for the compliments. I'm glad it's done. I'm so glad it's done. I've just got water today. I'm very glad that I've got water. I've got a big cup that's got like this really cute little charm and badge and stuff on it that I got for free from Miniso, and that's what I keep all my... I only use it for water, so I just have to rinse it and keep going. So having to wash it all the time. Hi, Leon, welcome! Things are good. Things are good. Just having a bit of a chat about how I don't really want to be up at 11 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. And how I will have to finish stream at 4. Because otherwise I will be even more tired than... I'm not going to get a full night's worth of sleep tomorrow. I'm just condemned to that. But, there's what can you do? It is what it is, as they say. It is what it is. I will just be a little cranky about it. I'm very glad to be off work for the week. And I'm very glad to be streaming. Things are really sort of kicking off in a way. Not really, I don't want to say kicking off, but like I'm doing a lot more work in terms of like my streaming stuff. I've been posting actual TikToks to TikTok, edited videos, and those videos are then coming over to YouTube after they're edited. So I'm actually making stuff besides clips, which has been interesting. I also put in a few auditions on Casting Call Club. If they're public, if you want to go and have a listen to them, if you're like, ooh, I wonder what Petra auditioned for, they are public on my profile on Casting Call, where I am PetraIchoria, same as everywhere. That was interesting too, because I went into it going, this is probably going to be harder than what I expect. And it was harder than what I expected. But it was also just the process of auditioning from the first one that I did to the sixth one, because I did six different auditions. Doing just those 6 auditions taught me a lot more about what kind of range I can perform in terms of VA work. What my capabilities are, gave me a little bit more of an idea of where my microphone is sitting in terms of like VA scope, because I think my microphone sounds good, especially when the audio, when we've got music like this. I think my microphone sounds okay, but I am going to have to do a little bit more sound treatment and probably look at getting a better cooling system from my computer, because my computer is quite loud, its fans are quite loud, and not only that, it puts out quite a bit of heat, and it's quite loud, and you can, like, it's very quiet, but you can hear it. You can hear a slight drone on the back end of any recording that I do, and you can edit that. You can edit that out. It's not so bad that it's not fixable in post. At least I don't think so. I think the lines could be edited to sound good. At least from what my experience in working with VA, I don't think the sound treatment required would be as excessive as other stuff that I've seen come in and that I've seen process, like the level that I've seen processed and handed over. Some people don't hand over great stuff. And I don't want to be like calling people out on that. I'm not. But like, we had some issues with it in the last project we did, where people handed over VA work that was a bit iffy, and they weren't willing to re-record it. And we're like, okay, well, what are we supposed to do at this point? And it was coming after processing. It still didn't sound. They did as much as they could, but I think the work that I'm doing at the moment sounds okay. But I'm learning a lot about just getting more experience in terms of like when I'm VTubing, for example, right? Because I'm used to VTubing. I'm used to having to do this work. And this isn't voice acting per se. Like, I'm doing a bit of like more presenting than VA work here. But when I'm doing VTubing, I move around quite a bit. I move my hands around. Sometimes you will hear me like knock things or like bang my desk or something like that, because because you can hear me bang my desk, it creates like a sense of realism, a sense of groundedness to me, because obviously I'm a digital avatar. Haha, me. I'm banging a desk. I'm banging a desk. I choked on my water. I'm sorry. That's what I get. That's what I get. Anyway, yeah. But when you're doing VA work, you want the line to be as clear as possible. So even though like I put a little bit of physicality into my acting, I can't do that when you're doing VA work. You can't move around as much. And really these are just auditions, so I did it, like I put a blanket over my head and did it at my desk. But I feel like if I want to look at it more professionally, because at the moment I'm just applying for indie shit. And there's nothing wrong with indie shit. Choking your water and slamming tables, let's go. Thank you. I like to bring everything to the table. I like to bring my all. We can hear when you get... You can hear you when you get in your room also. What? What does that mean? Like, can you can hear when I come in and out of the door? I usually be right back before you. Oh yeah, the door noises. I didn't. There's no microphone on the be right back screen, is there? I don't think there should be. Hi, Doom Gamer. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing well. Just having a bit of discussion about what I've been doing for the last 5 days. The thing is, like, it feels like it's a significant gap. Well, 4 days. Between when I finish, for you guys at least, I know that it's probably feels like a significant gap. 4 days between my content processing. But for me, I do 3 days work, 3 days normal shifts, 3 days streaming, which do overlap. So I've got the Tuesday overlap. And then I have 2 days off, but usually those 2 days off, I do more streaming stuff. So for me, it doesn't feel like as long. Yeah, the door. Interesting. Hey, can you give me a second? You can't hear me over here, right? You can. Shit. Muted my mic here too. Oh, I muted my mic here too. 1 second. I'm going to delete the mic out of the be right back screen. Give me 1 second. Hi guys. Did you know that there's not meant to be a mic in here? There shouldn't be a mic in here. There isn't a mic in here. Oh, I know what this is. Uh-oh. That's a problem. For me. That's a problem for me. Scheiße. I will just have to mute it when I leave. I'll just have to remember to mute it when I leave. To sum up, I think I installed a thing called like scene base, like having a base scene where you get all your sources from that copies it across. And I think it's kept my microphones come across from there. No worries, Doom Gamer. Thank you. Okay, so I don't want to yap for too long today because we actually have a few things that we need to go through before we get started on the actual gaming. So we're going to stay in just chatting, but we're gonna do a couple of things. So if you didn't see my schedule, today is Five Nights at Freddy's 2 Day, and by Five Nights at Freddy's 2 Day, I mean multiple things. Firstly, we're going to watch the trailer for Five Nights at Freddy's 2, the movie. I am going to be watching this flipped and with a music track playing in the background, and hopefully that will avoid them going banhammer on me. That would suck if they do that. But if it comes down to it and I have to edit it out of the video, that is just how it has to be. But I am doing what I can to avoid that. So we're going to watch that, and we're going to have a little bit of a discussion on what's going on in that particular clip, what my theories are for the movie. And then I want to kind of have a look at a little reboot project that a couple of like FNAF fans are working on called, well, it's called Five Nights at Freddy's Reboot, but this particular one is Novono, I hate to burst your bubble, but FNAF 2 is not scary. It's really genuinely not. Like, it's tense. Of the Five Nights at Freddy's games, I think FNAF 2 is the most tense versus scary. Like, I think FNAF 3 has, does really well in sort of like hiding the enemy away. FNAF 4 is very noise-based, which leaves you very tense, but also quite scared of what's lurking around the corner. Sister Location is basically a visual novel, so I'm not sure I really count it. FNAF 6 isn't really scary either, and the PNG levels of the jump scares are different, but like, it is, like, it's still not as tense as FNAF 2. FNAF 2 is just in your face, constant threats to a point where it's like, I am not scared of you, you are just annoying. So, FNAF 2 has always been like, lower tier for me, personally. Like, if I were to pick a game of the series that I'd put like in, you know, D tier, it would be FNAF 2. I really like all the other ones. You'll find a way to scare me. I will prepare for pipe. It's fine. I like, you know what? I don't regret giving you guys that power, but I will prepare for it. Okay, let's jump over. Hello. Yeah, I did good job. I hope, let me know if this is too loud when we play it. I will be turning on this. Yeah, here we go. So this is just going to be playing in the background while we watch this movie, while we watch this. Okay, so everybody here is familiar with the original FNAF movie, right? You guys have seen the FNAF movie? You guys have seen FNAF? You know what FNAF is? FNAF? That's a specific YouTuber. FNAF is a specific YouTuber, but I'm speaking of FNAF. You don't know FNAF? Okay. That's fine. I will do a very brief summary. Mike Schmidt, when he was a child, was out on a camping trip with his family and his brother was kidnapped. No, I'm only going to explain the movie for now. He was out on a picnic and his brother was kidnapped. Many years later, he is still trying to remember the face or the number plate of the car that took his little brother because he still feels guilty about it because it basically destroyed his entire family. During a security guard shift at a mall, he beats down a man who looks like he's taking a child and ends up fired. As a result, he ends up at the hey, give me a job place, and he meets somebody named fuck, I don't remember his name now. I don't remember his alias, but he meets someone there, and he's like, okay, do you want this shift at Freddy's? And it's the night shift. It sucks. And the pay is worse. And he's like, well, no, I have someone I need to take care of. But eventually he gets so desperate in order to make sure that he can keep his little sister because his aunt wants to take her. He goes and does the job. As a result, he finds out that there are animatronics there, and the animatronics are possessed by the spirits of 5 dead children. The 5 dead children want to induct his little sister into their little gang, and over the course of 5 nights, things continue to get worse until they culminate in the guy who looked like he was the career counselor showing up and holy shit, it's William Afton! And he's the Yellow Rabbit! And he killed your little brother! And he killed the 5 kids! And he put their corpses in the costumes! And all of them are trying to kill you now! And you're trying to defend yourself! And this lady here ends up in a coma! But in the end, the animatronics remember, the little sister teaches the animatronics that, oh my god, the Yellow Rabbit was who killed them, and now they all turn on him. He gets spring-locked and left in the safe room at the Five Nights at Freddy's location. And that is the original movie. Now we are coming back several years later, I think, somewhat, where we are now learning that the location that we experienced during Five Nights at Freddy's 1 was a franchise. This is going to be about the original location. So let's get started on watching this trailer, shall we?
So do you wanna tell me about your bad dream?
Do we want captions on? Do we want captions on chat? You love captions? Apparently, captions make it more difficult for you to actually hear things, but alright, so we're gonna put the captions. Oh, they're flipped. Alright, so the captions are flipped, so, but we'll leave them up anyway. Thank you, YouTube. Can I flip them back? No? Okay. Perfect, just the way you like them. Awesome, wonderful. Do you want to see me flip around? Do you want to see me do a funny thing? Yeah, hang on. Okay. Oh no, am I going to be able to do this? No, I will be able to do this. Okay. All right, cool. Is it this one? No. This one? No. No, we want... Is it this one? Hang on. Actually, what was that particular one? Oh, here we go. Hi, I'm over here now. Hello. Hi. Haha. I'm on all axes. Anyway, I will fix this anyway. Actually, what does this do? Oh, hi, bye, goodbye. Oh. It was probably for the best that I didn't have this stuff installed originally, but that's where we are. That's what we're at. Where we're at. Is this a... Hang on. Okay. That was too big. That's more spooky than the movie? No, surely not. Oh, hang on. Who wants to see wide? Who wants to see wide? Hang on. Oh, it didn't work. Hey, where's my wide? Oh, ah, ha ha. Large. Okay, back to the trailer. Sorry, I got distracted. I've had a long day. Okay.
Dreams?
It's always the same.
Your dad. We're never gonna be able to move forward until you deal with some of the mess you left in your head.
My father was a monster. You know that.
Everyone called it an accident, but it wasn't until years later when those 5 children went missing that I knew she was murdered by him.
Are you ever gonna go back to Freddy's, I mean?
I think my sister is here.
No 5 December.
What do they want with my sister? Half of this town will be dead by morning.
Okay, are we excited for this chat? Are we going? Is everybody going? I don't have boba. It's just I made it look like I was chewing, but I'm not chewing. I'm not chewing my water. That's a bit weird. I don't have thick water. I don't have thicket is what it's called, I believe. You want to hit it? Drink some thicket. That's a reference to something that you cannot go and look up anymore, so... well, hi No Name Myth. We are having a look at the FNAF 2 trailer, and then we'll be having a look at something else. Well, Matt Pat wasn't the first one. Keep in mind that he had a cameo. He was the guy, it was Ness at the diner. He was serving at the diner. However... is the voice of... Hang on, let me scrub through. Let me see if I can find him really easy. Not that one. Yeah, he's the voice of this guy. So he's not just going to be involved, he's going to be killing people. The FNAF lore has finally cracked him. He has lost it. This is a Toy Bonnie. For those who don't know, this is Toy Bonnie. He's cool. I quite like Toy Bonnie. I'm a big fan of the Bonnie. They killed child Matt Pat. Matt Pat was not... No, I don't think he was a kid. I don't... See, this is what's debated. We actually don't know if the toys are possessed. This is still a huge debate within both the Five Nights at Freddy's fandom and within whether or not the movies are going to follow this, is because everybody who knows of Five Nights at Freddy's knows of the missing children's incident, where 5 children were killed by William Afton and and their bodies were shoved into the suits. Their corpses are inside of the suits at Five Nights at Freddy's. However, during the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 2, we see the depiction of what could be a separate incident. And what this is sometimes called is the Dead Children's Incident, the DCI, and it's sometimes known as other things, but with the DCI, we're not sure if the DCI exists because these other 5 kids who may have died are never referred to ever again. Another reason why FNAF 2 I don't like. This game is just silly. The fandom likes Toy Chica, but not for the same reasons. No, Toy Chica is only wearing a pair of panties. So, I mean, everyone looks at her and is like, oh yeah! Which, stop that. Get some help. Jesus. But in all seriousness, there is a reason why FNAF 2 is... especially from a lore perspective, but also its gameplay is kind of just too much. You feel old thinking of Matt Pat? I mean, I suppose. I mean, he only retired a year ago. So if you were a new subscriber to Game Theory, you could have seen him within the last couple of years. There are probably kids who are familiar with Matt Pat. But yeah, I think this movie is going to be really interesting. So in case you didn't recognize this guy, which I don't blame you for not recognizing him if you don't. This guy, I believe, if I'm not wrong and get my names out, this guy played Billy Loomis in Scream. And I don't remember the name of Matthew Lillard's character, but he was also in Scream. So Matthew Lillard plays William Afton, And this person is playing Henry Emily. So they are partners in crime, in theory, but also not really. They're partners in making the animatronics. And then William Afton murders his goddamn daughter. So, good job, William. Really nice of you. So I'm very curious as to how they're going to handle this. This particular note is also really interesting. It says, Daddy, I am sorry you missed my birthday, but I really love my present. Also, she's always seen wearing stripes, which is very, 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 very cute, very on point. The stripes on... The fact is, right, a lot of people suspected that Garrett was meant to represent Crying Child because you see, Garrett is Michael Schmidt's younger brother. So Mike Schmidt is the main character in this. And quite a few people suspect that, at least in the first movie, that Garrett is the crying child, or one aspect of the crying child. Because he was wearing a grey shirt with stripes on it. Which everybody's like, okay, that's a reference to the original games. But it didn't come to anything, so I'm wondering if, like, but this is definitely, like, she's the puppet. So she's being depicted with stripes on every single instance you see of this young woman. Like here, you see her. She's got stripes on her shirt. So she's going to eventually become the puppet. Which is interesting. It's interesting that they're like, okay, we're going to use the shirts to allude to the character they're going to either are or become or a reference to. So I don't know if that's retroactive, though. Is Garrett in some aspect the crying child? Also, there was apparently another character depicted in this trailer at one point. I'm trying to see if we can see him.
Where are you gonna run to?
I love Toilet Bonnie! This is Toilet Bonnie. In case you weren't aware, this is Toilet Bonnie. We love Toilet Bonnie in this chat. Toilet Bonnie is top tier. He's very creepy looking. Also, he's Bonnie. We do love a Bonnie in this chat. I'm a big fan of Bonbon.
What do they want with my sister? Half of this town will be dead by morning.
Yeah, who the hell is this guy? Who is this guy? FNAF Twitter, what is coming across on my FNAF Twitter is... You just remember the first video you watched from him? What was the first theory you ever saw from MatPat? Wouldn't be the worst place to take a slash. The toilet? I think that would be the worst place to take a slash. Every time I see someone get attacked while they're on the toilet in a horror movie, like that's... No, thank you. Kill me while I have my pants up, please. God, give me some dignity. Let me die with my dignity intact, please. No, but everywhere, a lot of people are very suspicious on Twitter about this particular character. There's a few reasons. I think the main one is probably going to be his shirt. So you can't really see it very well in this lighting. But like, even with the color grading that's been applied, he's wearing a purple shirt. He's wearing a purple shirt. So the suspicion is that even though we have Mike Schmidt in this... Oh, sorry, slash in the UK is a sense of taking a piss. I see. See, I've never heard that particular slang. That's not one we use in Australia. A lot of our slang crosses over with you guys, but that one I've never heard. A lot of FNAF Twitter is suspecting that Mike Schmidt and Michael Afton are separate characters in the film universe, which would be very interesting. Very, very interesting. Oh. You ain't no Brit. I see. Interesting. Why are you using UK slang? I don't know, man. What do you want from me? I don't know it. You're saying piss felt off. You can say piss in my chat. I'm Australian. One of my favorite sayings is built like a brick shithouse. Okay, so yeah, FNAF Twitter thinks this guy might be Michael Afton, which is interesting. If they're presenting Michael Afton as a separate— Hi, Eden Spring, welcome. If they're presenting Eden Spring as if they're presenting Michael and Mike as separate characters, that's very interesting. That is a thing that FNAF likes to do. Hi, Mangle! Hi, Mangle! Look at the size of his goddamn hand! That hand is so big! Cool. See, I want to support this movie because of all of the wonderful use of, like, physical real-world puppets. Isn't it possible to be bitten on the toilet in Australia if you aren't paying attention in some parts of Australia? Absolutely! Tiger snakes like hiding in toilets. Was the first movie any good? Do you like Five Nights at Freddy's? If you like Five Nights at Freddy's, the first movie is okay, like very good. Like you will get a lot of enjoyment out of it. If you don't like Five Nights at Freddy's and you're looking for a good horror flick, give it a pass. If you're interested in Five Nights at Freddy's in general, it is worth watching, but it is a movie that is made for fans, not a movie that is made for the broader audience. And while it can draw you in, it is not a scary movie at all. It's not a scary film. Yeah. Yeah, so you'll probably get some enjoyment out of it. The puppets of like the actual animatronics that they built for the film are really, really well done. There's some cool moments. There's some good scenes. The end reveal when the big bad shows up is really, really well done and very hype. But there's also moments where it's kind of like, what is happening right now? So I think this movie, I think FNAF 2 is going to be leagues ahead of the original. I think this is going to be double scary, double the animatronics, double the tension, probably double the level of plot. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a 2-hour-long movie. I don't think it is. I think it's still an hour and a half. But I wouldn't have been surprised if it was 2 hours long. So, all right. I do also want to have a look at this particular one. I think I can flip this one. I think I can flip this one back. If they copyright strike me, I'll be very sad. I really love practical effects in movies too. 3D effect. There we go. All right. Warning, this movie contains flashing lights that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy. So if you are not familiar with this particular little thing, little, quote unquote, this video is 50 minutes long, but so we're not going to watch all of it. But this is a project called Five Nights at Freddy's Reboot. And it is basically a living design document as to how this particular person, Unwithered Truth in this case, would redesign Five Nights at Freddy's in the mind of the whole series at once. So, for example, like rebuilding the first game with the same plot, but with the rest of the story in mind already implemented and able to be explored and alluded to. So same goes for this particular one. This is FNAF Heyday. Let's have a look, shall we?
In my last video, I went through exactly what a reboot of the first FNAF game would look like
if you haven't seen this,
of the franchise.
I recommend going and watching it, but not right now.
So I thought I'd waste no time and hop right into the sequel. You guys had a lot of thoughts regarding some of the changes and updates I made to the first game, so I tried to keep all that feedback in mind when tackling the second game. In case you missed my first of these reboot videos,
okay, I've reduced the volume a little bit.
Reboot universe that I'm making is drawing inspiration from, but not beholden to the old lore. Any references made to classic FNAF games or books are done for fun. And I
do love the idea of using Withered Freddy as your VTuber.
Hopefully feels a little more cohesive as it's being planned from the very beginning. So if there's something here which is inaccurate to the original, rest assured that it's a change I'm making intentionally. And that very much applies to this game, as this one is going to be a much more severe overhaul than the first video. Anyway, without further ado, let's jump into the sequel to FNAF Anniversary, which I'm going to call Five Nights at Freddy's Heyday.
Now, something I really love about this whole concept is the fact that this is basically a pitch document. This is a game design document, a pitch document, all rolled into one, where you could, if you rolled up with this kind of documentation to a game pitch, like you had active footage, you had full design concepts, you had full story concepts, you had a title screen ready to roll, you had all of this presented, and you're like, look, man, I just can't code, but here is everything that I have for this game, you would probably get a publishing deal. Like, legitimately, if you were able to roll up with this level of quality for an original project, you could probably get a publishing deal out of it. It depends on obviously what you are pitching and whether or not it is like something that's actually going to make money. But also, like this, if he rolled up to Scott with this for the back when they were doing the Fazbear initiative. Oh my god, only an hour late. You are look, whenever you show up is absolutely fine. Hi, Doom Gamer. Yeah, I haven't seen, I know there's more to the ARG in here. I am quite interested in it, but I haven't really explored it very much. I'm busy. Hi, Outways, welcome. We are just having a look at Five Nights at Freddy's Heyday, which is basically a living pitch document, and I'm just gushing about it, because I think this whole concept, after I saw the first one, I was just like, this is such a cool idea. Kazan is an awesome game. Best hack and slash of the year, period. Interesting. I might give that a look. I'm not big on the hack and slash, but we'll see how it go. Oh, while we're at this, I will let everybody who is in chat know we're not playing Final Fantasy IX tomorrow. We're playing it on Thursday. Tomorrow will be V-Rising again. So tomorrow will be V-Rising. Thursday will be Final Fantasy IX. I will be trying to get through as much of the game as possible in that one sitting. I will probably get through about half of it. Because that game's only about 15 hours long, depending on how long you take going around the world. You can get, there is an item in the end dungeon that was there in base that you can only open and get if you go through the game in 9 hours. Like, there is literally an incentive to speedrun that game. I don't know why you would do that. That seems silly to me, but you know what? I'm not Hironobu Sakaguchi. Do I look like Hironobu Sakaguchi? Don't answer yes. If you answer yes, I'll time you out. I'm joking. Okay, let's have a little bit more of a look into this. Very cool. The electric mage son.
We notice you're here
Ah.
putting in the overtime, eh? Good for you. Afton Robotics always appreciates the hard work and dedication of its employees. It seems that you're attempting to perform maintenance on. This station is only intended for maintenance pertaining to approved Afton Robotics. Proceed. Please connect your FAS remote to the maintenance console. If you do not have a FAS remote or fail to connect to
Nice. Thank you.
that means you should not be here, and the authorities will be contacted. Good job. On your remote, 3 buttons should have engaged. The first is a prompt button, which will test animatronic responses to
In case you didn't see that this guy was like this before, and is now like this.
to external stimuli. To ensure our latest and greatest animatronic toys remain fully operational.
We are skipping through this because it's 50 minutes long.
Be sure to use your second button to activate your Phase Remote's inbuilt flashlight and shine it directly at the animatronic's eye sensors. Administer a controlled shock. This should produce an error. Press the prompt button, shall we? Press the prompt
Oh, he's moving.
to the next item in your prompt package. Please use the flashlight as instructed
Oh.
and document results on your maintenance panel.
Hey, movie. Hi. Hi. Hi.
Looks like that didn't have the intended response. Let's try again, shall we? Press the prompt button to cycle to the next item.
He's mad.
You have used more than the advised 3 shocks. Please submit this maintenance report so you may be appropriately reprimanded. Thank you for submitting your report. Punishment will be doled out swiftly. Please clock out
Will it?
and return home. We probably won't be seeing you again, so just in case, thank you for your mediocre service and have a fantastic life.
Maintenance minigames. This style of gameplay was first introduced to the series back in Sister Location. In that game, it was Funtime Freddy's maintenance section, and it became a huge aspect of the sequel Pizzeria Simulator in the salvage minigames. If you're familiar with the latter, you'll know I'm taking heavy inspiration from that game for this one, and if you're worried about using too many of these elements too early in the series, I can assure you that if I ever get to rebooting Pizza Sim or Sister Location, I'll make sure to update those minigame sections to make sure these parts don't feel redundant. The reason I decided to use this scenario as the opening for the game is for a couple of reasons. First of all, the player is introduced to a few gameplay elements before they're required to use them in the base game, which we'll talk about those more in detail in the next few sections. And secondly, this is a tone setter for both our characters and the world. This cold, bureaucratic treatment of things that are supposed to elicit wonder and excitement in children is off-putting, especially when there's obviously a lot more going on here than we may first realize. As with the first video...
So what was that one? Let's have a look.
Wonder and excitement.
Hang on, let's slow it down.
Off-putting, especially when there's obviously a lot more going on here than we may first realize.
Oh. No, hang on. I sped it up. No! I sped it up. Go back.
Wonder.
Wondering time.
Especially when there's obviously a lot more going on here than we may first realize.
Oh. Okay. The captions for his website. Okay, so there were codes in the original one that were in the actual main video. So I'm not sure if there are here this time. Yes, that is Golden Freddy, yes. It was not the bite of 87, but that was Golden Freddy.
As with the first video, more will be revealed in the lore chapter later, but for now, let's talk a bit more about this new and improved Freddy's that our reboot will take place in.
Freddy's! Part 2 Freddy's!
FNAF 2, the pizzeria was lauded as a new location much larger than the first game's map, with new state-of-the-art technology and overall an improvement in the company. So the first change that I'm making is that for story reasons, I thought it would work if the FNAF Heyday building and the FNAF Anniversary building were actually the same one, just many years apart. To make this idea work, I ended up going backwards from my anniversary.
Okay, so this is one of the aspects that I don't entirely agree with from a lore standpoint, and he's probably doing this on purpose. He's saying, I'm doing this on purpose, blah, 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 blah. It's like, if this is an inaccuracy, it's because I'm doing it on purpose. But I am disagreeing from an overall lore standpoint, because I think FNAF 2 being a separate building is important, and I don't entirely know why it's important. We don't know why it's important, but I think the fact that FNAF 2's location is very much separate from the location that we see in the original. Hi, Icarus. Welcome. So the original FNAF 2 location is very separated from both the original location and the location that we see later with FNAF 3. And the FNAF 3 location we're seeing again in Secret of the Mimic, but I think in general, these layouts are separated because it makes it very plain and clear that this suffering is going from location to location. It doesn't matter what building it's in. And I think the fact that it doesn't matter what building it's in is, you know, a lot of horror is based on location, right? Yeah. It mostly has to do where the hidden back room is and where the children died versus where Charlie died. I know. Look, I know that he has a good reason. I'm pitching my own disagreement in terms of like where I come from in terms of like a understanding of horror and from my understanding of Five Nights at Freddy's. I think the fact that every location is pretty much separate. The FNAF 2 location is somewhere different. The FNAF 1 location is somewhere different. The FNAF 3 location is in an amusement park. FNAF 4 location is connected to the sister location building. We later get confirmation that Pizzeria, the Mega Pizzaplex, was built on top of FNAF 6. And starting to connect buildings like that obviously is important. And I think FNAF 6 being a location before it was FNAF 6, it possibly even this location, because it has that main big hall, whereas FNAF 2 doesn't have the main hall. And I think FNAF 2 having a separate location just makes it more obvious that this wasn't about a building being haunted, and it wasn't even about the animatronics being haunted. It was about a really, really, really messed up guy inflicting suffering pretty much wherever he went. But this is his project, not mine. And I think it's fair enough in this instance to bring things all together, because as far as I'm aware, he's not keeping DCI, which is fair enough. That's fair enough. Getting rid of DCI, great idea. The fact of the matter is, it depends on how reliable you think people are. If it's all the same building, you would expect at some point that somebody would have discovered something, because it's all happened in the same building. You've got this build-up of people are just staying in this location for longer and longer. The longer you're in a location, some things you start to dismiss, obviously. But also, the longer you're in a location, there are more things that you tend to notice as well. You become familiar with its general scope of things, that when things seem out of place, even just the smallest bit, you notice it. Like, for example, more bolts or something on the ground, a door open that never usually is. Whereas if it's moving from building to building, Afton has more opportunities to hide evidence because these buildings are being demolished or whatever along the lines, along the situation. But it's also, if the animatronics were moved from the FNAF 2 location, did everybody seriously look at them, look at the smell, like, well, not look at the smell, like, smell the smell coming from those animatronics and go, yeah, that's fine. That's cool. But no, there's nothing to worry about. As Ralph, the phone guy, would say.
Map layout to design this new building from many years earlier. Obviously, FNAF 2 is a much larger location, so I needed to keep the base of the future map and expand it outwards. So, for example, what will eventually become the security office and the prize counter was once an entryway to the pizzeria, which wraps around a serving counter in the dining hall.
Fazbear is a bunch of pieces of shit.
There's also a designated employee lounge next to these spaces for floor and kitchen staff to relax on their break. The dining hall remains mostly as it was, but the main stage, which exists from an even earlier version of the pizzeria, has been cordoned off, and the new main stage is to the right of the room. Where Pirates Cove and the wraparound arcade will someday stand is actually the location of this game's security office, which looks out onto the dining hall. Parts of the building which are left unutilized in 1993 actually expand this space into becoming a set of hallways which lead to new bathrooms, 3 party rooms, a secondary kitchen, specifically used for private parties.
Smell is full of piss and poop, but yeah, the animatronics are confirmed just smell like rotting corpses, and that's a very specific smell.
And the others to the manager's
very specific smell.
Considering our restrooms are located down here now, we have this space behind
anyone who smelt it will know it immediately.
And arcade spaces. Oh, and because we're going to be situated in the new security office off here to the left, we're going to be looking at the pizzeria from this perspective. Of course, we can't get a real feel for this new pizzeria without actually jumping in and seeing what it looks like for ourselves. FNAF 2's gameplay loop is one which is both reviled and revered depending on who you ask. Obviously, the original game
I'm in the former camp.
Threats and removed our familiar defenses from the first game. While in concept, I really like the idea of bombarding the player with new threats, in execution, there's very little which set each of these animatronics apart. Now, some people's approach to redesigning FNAF 2 is to give all the animatronics all unique mechanics, but I find that there are simply too many new animatronics to do that for. So, instead, I thought that giving the player new defenses and stronger threats would be an interesting way to go about tackling this game's fresh cast of animatronics. But why listen to me ramble on when I could have the man himself tell you?
Hello?
Right, Toast!
Figured out this voicemail thing. You know, new renovations, new systems, and hey, new night guard. It all went smoothly today for the opening, so let's hope that continues with you.
Hello?
I'll be honest with you. Nights at this place can be pretty boring, but uneventful is exactly what we're going for. Now, apologies for this, but I gotta do the whole...
Would you do this job?
You know. Hello and welcome to...
Like, if the animatronics weren't moving around, would you do this job?
Where fantasy and fun come to life. Congratulations on your new summer job as a nighttime security guard. This building has been fitted with state-of-the-art security and surveillance technology, which has been designed to assist you in defending and maintaining Fazbear's
No.
property.
You wouldn't do it if they weren't moving.
They didn't write that. I'm adding that. All of these security features are accessible to you through
I'm glad we're all in the same camp, because I would too.
unit. Our new line of animatronic performers also serve as Fazbear certified technological officials.
I just play on my Switch the whole night.
Also known as toys. I swear they always come up with the name before the acronym. Sorry.
That's right, in this game, the toys are on our side and serve as our main defenses against the Wizards. Now, we'll discuss this full office overhaul in a minute, but for now, let's focus on how these toys...
You work closing at Starbucks. I used to love being there.
Can be directed through your handycam unit to obstruct or distract any potential threats to Fazbear property.
Yeah.
Technobabble after that, so I'll skip it.
$120? No thanks. Yeah, if it paid, Rel. If it paid properly. Because most places that have a nighttime shift have, evening shift allowance. At least in my country.
Toy Bonnie and Chica make a lot of noise, which you might be able to guess means they act as lures. Each toy has a short cooldown, which means you can't just spam them from room to room, so you have to be more strategic about their placement. Bonnie and Chica also only lure their withered counterparts,
Yeah.
so you can't use them to completely...
I would love being there because of late nights too. Yeah. Yeah! I get paid extra for working late nights.
When their respective wizards are out and about. So Toy Freddy won't be in use until Freddy gets up from the safe room. Speaking of Freddy,
You're my friend.
You're not supposed to be in here.
Now, you might be wondering what inspired this change, and it was honestly my rejection of FNAF 2's lack of importance in the cameras. In the original game, the puppets...
Yeah, me too. I love Freddy throwing hands.
...stay on that camera in later nights, and there wasn't honestly much need to know where the animatronics were. As long as you were ready to put on your mask, you could pretty much avoid each of the animatronics besides Foxy, and he's down the end of the hall, so you're almost encouraged not to go on the cameras too often. With Heyday's Toys system, the player needs to keep track of the Withers and make sure that they're managing their defenses well. They have to be ready to move Toy Freddy into Withered Freddy's paths, or to set Bonnie up nearby Withered Bonnie to make sure that he's slowed down on his way to the office. If the animatronics ever do make their way to the office, we're keeping our mask and flashlight mechanics intact from the original. From the desk-mounted console, the player can retrieve their Faz remote from the maintenance section and use the flashlight to stall animatronics that make it to the hallway. This console can also be used to charge the flashlight, as it will have a lot less battery than in the original version. In the event that the animatronics ever actually make it to the office, we can pop on an old Bonnie mask, I wonder where that came from, and wait for the animatronics to go about their business. Taking some inspiration from the unreleased dev version of FNAF 2, this mask mechanic has a timer, meaning you can't just hide in the mask forever. This also encourages the player to handle the threats before they make it to the office, as if they get too close and you have to wait for multiple animatronics to leave, you'll probably not last very long in the mask, considering it's a very musty, moldy, not made for human respiratory systems animatronic face.
I honestly doubt you'll have need for most of the security.
Are we ready to play some FNAF 2, guys? I think we're ready to play some FNAF 2. Yeah, I think we should start the game, shall we? And I think we might, if I die, we'll come back to the video for a bit. How does that sound? Yeah, cool. All right. Set the game, Petra. Holy shit, I have to set the game? Oh, 5 Nights at Freddy. I'm not playing Secret of the Mimic. I'm not playing Secret of the Mimic. Do we want me to play Secret of the Mimic on the channel? Eventually? 5 Nights at Freddy's 2, thank you. Alright. Yeah! I want to get through all of the 5 Nights at Freddy's games overall. Oh, please show up as a game that I can select. It's not showing up as a game I can select. Oh no! Window capture? Okay. 5 Nights at Freddy's 2. Okay, so this looks like it's working. Alright, down you go! Down to where you're supposed to be. Nope, too far. Oh, what? Turns out the game is still running as I am trying to find where this needs to go on my list. Okay, further down. I think it's further down. Further down. Thank you. Okay. Game capture down here. Alright, thank you. There we go. Okay. I also wouldn't mind playing FNAF in real time on the channel, and I also wouldn't mind playing Final Nights. I think the one where it's got all of the yellow animatronics and they all look horrific. I think that one would scare the absolute shit out of me, but it would also be really good to play. Okay, I need to add just give me a second, add a filter. This one, please. Yep, all good. Nope, not that folder, please. Anybody else? I feel like quite a few other people in my chat are also streamers. Look up source record for OBS, and you can put a filter on any source that you're using and tell it to record it. I'm doing that when whenever I want to do something that I eventually want to come back to and do a video essay on. I do the source record, because if I don't do that, then I have to try and use the footage with me on it. But if I do the source record, it's just raw footage. Just the audio from the source, which I don't know if this has audio. It doesn't. Now it does. Now it should. Oh, that's loud. Yeah? Is this good? Audio good? Too loud? Feel good? Have to? We're ready? We're prepared for one of the most fuck-ass games in the whole series? We're prepared? I'm not. Okay. Time to lock in, Petra! Vintage Pizzeria giving you life. Come be part of the new face of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. What could go wrong? $100.50 a week. Even worse. Where are you? Shut up.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, press and hold control to use control as flashlight. Okay.
At the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. I'm here to talk you through some of the things you can expect to see during your first week here and to help you get started down this new and exciting career path.
Okay, we don't need to do anything until we start hearing the noise and
about the old locations, you know.
Blah, blah, blah.
People still have a somewhat negative impression of the company.
Blah.
That old restaurant was kind of left to rot for quite a while, but I want to reassure you, Fazbear Entertainment is committed to family fun and above all, safety. They've spent a small fortune.
Gotta practice. We gotta get our practice in.
Facial recognition, advanced mobility. They even let them walk around during the day. Isn't that neat? But most importantly, they're all tied into some kind of criminal.
How is YT?
Detect a predator a mile away. Heck, we should be paying them to guard you. Now that being said,
YouTube should be good.
The system is without its kinks. You're only the second guard to work at that location. The first guy finished his week, but complained about
conditions.
We switched him over to the day shift. So, hey, lucky you, right?
I don't think anybody's moving yet. Where's the stage? Here we go.
To move around at night, and even attempted to get into his office. Now, from what we know, that should be impossible.
Should be.
That restaurant should be the safest place on earth.
What's funny is, in the VR version of this, it's the easiest one. Because you can hold the music box key down and just do everything else around. But in this one, obviously you have to do...
Then they go try to find where the people are, and in this case, that's your office. So our temporary solution is this. There's a music box over by the prize counter, and it's rigged to be wound up remotely. So just every once in a while, switch over to the prize counter video feed and wind it up for a few seconds. It doesn't seem to affect all of the animatronics, but it does affect...
Thank you for the follow, Vietnam Television SKSP, and thank you for the head pat.
The rest of them, we have an even easier solution. You see, there may be a minor glitch in the system, something about the robot seeing you as an endoskeleton without its costume on, and wanting to stuff you into a suit. So hey, we've given you an empty Freddy Fazbear head. Problem solved. You can put it on any time, and leave it on for as long as you want. Eventually, anything that wandered in will wander back out. Something else worth mentioning is kind of the quirky modern design of the building. You may have noticed there are no doors for you to close. But hey, you have a light, and even though your flashlight can run out of power, the building cannot. So
yay!
don't worry about the place going dark.
The building cannot run out of power.
You should be golden. Check the lights, put on the party if you need to. Keep the music box wound up. Piece of cake. Have a good night, and I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Well, that was close. There's a low rumbling, but there's no dung-dung noise yet, so we're cool. First 3 hours have been fine so far, but I think it starts to kick off like 3 hours in. I'm just practicing with a Freddy head. There is nothing that I need to worry about yet. There's no noise. There's no, like, nothing is approaching my office yet. It's just, it's too quiet. It's making me nervous. There we go. Oh. Who's coming? Hi. Okay. Why is my flash not working? Oh, hey, man. Okay, go away now. Thank you for the ponytail! Come on! Get out of the vents, damn it! Here we go. Hi, Bonnie. Okay, you're out of here? See what I mean about this just being tense? It's not scary. It's just tense. Fucking shitheads. They're all shitheads. This one, please. Thank you.
Hello? See, I told you your first night wouldn't be a problem.
Uh-huh.
By now, I'm sure you've noticed the older models sitting in the back room.
I haven't noticed. I'm not looking.
From the previous location, and we just use them for parts now. The idea at first was to repair them. They even started retrofitting them with some of the newer technology, but they were just so ugly, you know? And the smell. So the company decided to just go in a whole new direction and make them super kid-friendly. Those older ones shouldn't be able to walk around, but if they do, the whole Freddy head trick should work on them too, so whatever. I loved those old characters. Did you ever see Foxy the Pirate? Oh wait, Foxy. Oh yeah, Foxy. Hey, look.
Oh yeah, Foxy!
That one was always a bit twitchy. I'm not sure if the Freddy head trick will work on Foxy. If for some reason he activates during the night, and you see him standing at the far end of the hall, just flash your light at him from time to time. Those older models would always get disoriented with bright lights. It would cause a system restart or something. Come to think of it,
hi, Mango.
On any room where something undesirable might be. It might hold him in place for a few seconds. That glitch might have carried over to the newer models too. One more thing. don't forget the music box. I'll be honest, I never liked that puppet thing. It's always thinking, and it can go anywhere. I don't think
It's always thinking, and it can go anywhere. I hate that.
Don't forget the music box. Anyway, I'm sure it won't be a problem. Have a good night, and I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Bye, Mangle. Cool. Are you in my fucking vent? Okay, you're on my way. You're on the way to being in my vent. Okay, you're in my vent. Hey, man. You're not on my bed yet? Ah, wait, what? Hi. Okay, go away. Go away! Go away! Go away! Okay, he's gone. Go away, Foxy! No one likes you, Foxy! No one likes you, Foxy! Everyone likes you, Foxy, but that's the problem, Foxy. You need to go away. Go away now. Go away. Bye-bye. Au revoir. Okay, he's gone. Who's in my vents? It's funny again. God damn it. Thank you. Bye, Bonnie. Bye, Bonnie. Foxy again? Go away. Someone else is in my vent. Oh, Mangle. Why are you here? Go away! No, the bunny- this bunny is not fluffy. Okay. She went away. I love that for me. Love that for me, actually. That's great. Calm down! Bitch! Bitch. Ugh. Back to the video. Back to the video. Because I can only handle... Yeah, thanks, Foxy. Thanks, Foxy! Like I mentioned, FNAF 2, not my favorite. Really not. Back to the show. We did 25 minutes of gameplay. Back to the TV.
Security stuff. Worst I ever had to deal with on the night shift were some bored teens trying to make trouble. Ended up using a Freddy mask to blend in with the merchandise until they left. Yeah. I was never much cut out for the security office. Hey, I'm sure you'll do much better. Okay, Jerry, it's been a long day, so I'm gonna catch some shut-eye. If you need anything, just let me know by tomorrow night, and we'll sort it out. Okay, good night. Oh, and, Have a fantastic shift.
Both the Mangle and Withered Foxy are some of the most iconic elements to come out of FNAF 2, with Foxy's light sensitivity and Mangle's mangledness. First of all, let's discuss our poor, disassembled pink and white friend, Mangle. If you've seen my sister location theory video, you'll know that I proposed that this toy Foxy wasn't a toy at all, but instead a holdover from the previous location. Understand that this will be the case for my reboot timeline. This version of Foxy isn't actually a Foxy at all, but instead a new member of Freddy and Friends named Funtime the Fox.
Funtime's supposed to be more kid-friendly and able to be played with, so she's a bit more malleable. Any amount of force just causes her to pop apart. Stops them from crushing any kids that might get caught in the joints. Not that that would ever happen, of course. At least, not again.
Not again?
The Mangle, technically not being a toy, isn't controlled by our camera systems. The Mangle's first function is to act as a sort of anti-toys character. When the Mangle is in a room, that camera will be glitched and full of static, just letting us catch glimpses of the twisted mess of animatronic parts. This also means that the toys cannot be sent to that room. This will lead to moments where the player wants to send Bonnie or Chica toys into these rooms, but is blocked by the Mangle. The player either then has to wait it out and hope the Withereds don't move closer, or they have to improvise an alternative strategy.
Okay.
Staff was supposed to put him back together at the end of every shift, but I guess people got lazy. Obviously, we fixed her up for the opening, but I doubt it'll be long before she's back to being, well, the staff calls it the Mangle. Names like that tend to stick. Anyway, those vents in your office are rigged with motion triggers. If anything does set off the sensors, just tap the lit up button and it should scare off whatever's scampering through. I'm told it's a pest control measure.
Interesting.
Bit overboard if you ask me.
As the nights go on, Mangle will try and make its way through the vents toward us more frequently and will move more quickly, making it a mad dash to zap her before she makes it into the office. If the player isn't quick enough to catch him with these controlled shots...
Death by Mangle. Hi, Mangle.
Obviously, we have no toys equivalent to deal with our shy pirate friend, so instead, we're going to have to deal with him in another way once he activates on night 3. In this game, the front office door from the original has been replaced with a large window. Throughout the night, the player will catch glimpses of a shadowy Foxy progressing his way through the diner area, closer and closer to the player. The player will have to be prepared to flip the switch next to the office window to turn on the main lights, which will freeze the pirate fox in place. This way we keep our light sensitivity for Foxy intact without losing his more unique approach to attack from the original. It's also a subtle reference to the Fun with Plush Trap minigame from FNAF 4, which I always thought was quite cool. This version is definitely less punishing than that game, with a much larger window, pardon the pun, to catch Foxy in. Hitting the light switch too early will mean the player loses access to it for a short time, indicated by the power box fritzing out. Again, another pun, sorry. Obviously, we don't want that to happen, as if Foxy gets too close and we don't have the switch to shut him down...
They're competing to kill you. Chica looks so mad too, like, hey! I was almost there!
Least favorite element of the original FNAF 2.
Ugh.
Terrifying and intriguing as she was back in 2014, the puppet's mechanics in the original game left a lot to be desired. I think, in concept, this ever-looming threat, which is only a few ticks of the music box away from unleashing hell on the player, is really cool. But in execution, as mentioned before, the player is forced to stay on the
Arc Raiders cover looks like an 80s LP. I have noticed that. I will not be playing that game.
This mechanic obviously can't remain in this new version of the game, at least not without some alterations. I considered leaving the puppet to only appear on night 5, similarly to how I treated Golden Freddy in the first game, but honestly, this game is going to be our only real opportunity in the series for the puppet to act as a main antagonist against our player. So I don't want to waste her. How then am I going to handle the puppet in FNAF Heyday? Well, on night 2, Ralph has this to say.
You may have noticed the ceiling rails around the building. Those are actually a remnant of a previous restaurant. One of the old characters used them to get around. Now, that particular animatronic was supposed to be deactivated, but the technicians always had a hard time keeping it deactivated. So, Instead, we found a way to repurpose it to dole out prizes in the arcade. To keep it functioning, though, it needs to come out of its box every now and then to glide around so its servos don't lock up, which it does at night. Yeah, look, before it was a gift giver, it was sort of a precursor to the current security bots. Thing is, it was always a bit more aggressive. Considering you're there after hours, the old programming might mistake you for an intruder. So if you ever find it approaching the office, just use the music box system on your camera feed to stall it. For some reason, the lullaby sort of neutralizes its AI for a while. So just make sure that you keep an eye on it in case it moves. It's best not to let it get to the office.
I think this system for the puppet keeps the same spirit as the old version, while making sure the player still has to use the camera systems to their full extent. The puppet is much easier to keep in place than the other animatronics, but letting it slip away from its current position will mean it's one step closer to...
I think making FNAF into tower defense is quite interesting.
The player will be panicking more and more as the puppet's inevitable crawl towards us progresses. Now, you might be wondering, what will stop players from just keeping the camera on the puppet the same way as they did in FNAF 2? Well, not much, honestly, but the point is that the rest of the camera system is equally as important. As mentioned before, the Withered still have to be monitored throughout the night, so yes, while you can sacrifice using the cameras to keep the puppet at bay, it means you're not able to deal with the other threats as efficiently. The most effective strategies require a balancing act of the cameras on all your threats, not just the puppet like in the original game. At least that's the idea. Those are all of our animatronic threats and defenses. So now, let's move on to...
Hey, what about Balloon Boy?
Oh, crap, Balloon Boy.
Oh, crap, Balloon Boy.
In all honesty, I was really struggling to implement Balloon Boy in an interesting way for this game. My struggle was less to do with mechanics, and more so how to implement him into the world in a diegetic way, which made sense. I've settled on the following, but leave ideas down below if you think there's a more interesting way for him to be utilized. So, considering FNAF 2 actually introduces us to both Balloon Boy and JJ, the latter admittedly in a smaller role, I thought we might as well...
I'm not surprised that there has been one, because it is very much the same spirit of gameplay.
So, in either hallway, BB and JJ...
Capture the flag, except you're the flag.
Positions. Like the other toys, these two are actually here to help, in the most annoying way possible. Throughout the night, both characters have balloons which slowly fill with air. Side note, I know JJ isn't really balloon related in the original series, but anyway, once filled,
Pish.
hold on to the balloons until another animatronic enters their respective hallway, at which point... This is a warning system for players who are keeping too close of an eye on their cameras, or as a way to help out players struggling with the mechanics. Or, and this is my favorite part, as a way to startle even the most locked-in players.
Okay, so the first night is never usually that bad in any of the games, so I'll play...
Once these balloons are gone...
It's so mean. That's so mean. Okay, alright. Back to gaming. Let's try to clear night 2 and night 3, shall we? Foxy is going to be my nemesis in this, because every other threat you can deal with pretty effectively, but Foxy... Alright, the second night. Now we don't move besides winding up the music box until we hear the noise start. There's a night guard! I'm pretty sure that's Freddy. Arguing with each other, it's like, is that Freddy? Yeah, it's Freddy! No, it's not! Here it is! It's not Freddy! Foxy, you've been smoking crack again? We're not playing Five Nights at Fuck Boys. I can only handle so much default RPG Maker. And that's too much default RPG Maker for me. I think I've seen the Pymation animation, yes. I've seen quite a bit of the FNAF. I've seen enough FNAF content that it has kind of blurred what I have and haven't seen. I'm pretty sure I've seen it. There's movement. See, the movement in the original was so much easier to like keep track of things with, but in this one it's like you hear the vents donking, but there's 3 points where they can donk, so it's when they enter, when they're in the middle, and when they actually come into this part of the vent. And you can never tell which point they're actually at. Okay. Yep, I hear you. Okay. 2 a.m? 2 a.m? 2 a.m? 2 a.m? Hi, Mangle. Give me back my freaking flashlight, you rude ass. Hi. Are you here? No? You're close though. Hi, Bonnie. Fuck! Fuck! Go fuck yourself! Fuck you! I'm gonna get foxied again. Hi. I got cheeked. This game's dumb. This game's dumb. A serial killer designed it. No normal person would design it this way. A serial killer designed it this way. That's the joke! One more try. Stupid FNAF 2! Bro, I'm driving my head into a wall. I don't think it can be that bad. No showing. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna give it one more go on FNAF on night 2. I would like to clear night 2. You don't think it can be this bad, Icarus? Like you think I'm playing badly? I promise you, I'm not playing that badly. If you wanted like a good reference for how bad this game is, actually have a look at Markiplier's first attempt playing this game. It took him about 6 tries to clear the first night. Now, I cleared the first night on the first try because I know how to play the game, because I've watched other people play it. The thing is I don't have is the muscle memory. You're playing Kaki. Ah. I see. Go away, Mangle. Go away, Mangle. Foxy's off the stage. No, he's not. No, Foxy has moved. I don't know where he is, though. Not in the hallway yet. Is Balloon Boy moved? Hi. Hi. Can you let me use my flashlight, please? Why are you here? Go away! Move on! Move on, Chica! Move on! Are you serious? You're gonna camp my vent! No, stop, stop! I knew I was gonna. This is why I didn't play it that night that we played Five Nights at Freddy's 1. Because I was like, we just had this really awesome moment. If I play this game, it's going to suck shit. It's going to ruin everything. We're going back to our TV show. We're going back to our TV show. Fucking FNAF 2.
They're gone. You could potentially have a system where they replenish, but I don't want it to become a case that you just have to wait for the balloons to pop throughout the night to know where the animatronics are. Anyway, now that those little mechanics are out of the way, let's discuss how everything comes together on night 5. Night 5 starts as the prior 4 have, a call from Ralph addressed to Jerry. Except this time, Ralph's not alone.
Hey, Jerry? I wanted to call and let you know that after your shift, I'll need you to pull all the day and nighttime security footage from earlier this week. I can't say much, but there's been somewhat of an investigation going on. Nothing to worry about, just routine stuff.
Yeah, no problem. Whatever, man. Hey, look, I'm really glad you called. Did someone turn on those old robots in the back?
Like the originals? I don't think so. Why, what's up?
Look, I know this is gonna sound crazy, but they're not in the back room anymore.
What?
They're moving around the place.
On their own?
Yeah, look, I don't know why or how, but the duck seemed like it was trying
The
to
duck!
get in the office and
Chica's a chicken, Jerry. Hence in the name.
whatever. Look,
Whatever!
to keep her away like you said on the voicemails, but she's still coming closer.
Hey, keep calm. Everything will be alright. I know those old ones can look a bit spooky, but there's honestly nothing to worry about. Even if they did make it to the office, they'd probably just sing you happy birthday.
I don't know, man. They're freaking me out. Oh god, Freddy's gone. He's okay. Whew, he's just standing there. Ralph, I think you were right. He's kind of cute up close.
Actually, no.
Not really.
No, not really.
Oh, wait. What's coming out of its eyes?
Suddenly, the phone cuts off with another ringing. We answer.
Hello? Hey, sir. Hope your first week is going well. Sorry I haven't gotten a chance to call before now. Things have been a bit hectic on my end.
Ralph, I've been listening back to your calls from last week.
From last... Oh! Sorry, sir. I didn't realize they were still on the system. I thought it got wiped every week.
Evidently not. Why are you interrupting my night, Ralph?
Right. Well, pardon my asking, sir, but what on earth are you doing there? Didn't you get the memo?
What memo?
The building is on total lockdown. This investigation has gotten really out of hand. They're saying someone might have used one of the old spring suits. You know, we have a couple in the back. And I want to say, sir, that I made it very clear that nobody's supposed to touch them. But they're saying, if someone did use one, it might have something to do with all the recent reports.
I'm aware, Ralph. I've been speaking with the police.
I doubt this is what you want to hear, but they're saying we're probably gonna have to end up closing for a while. With all the panic and the new animatronics acting up, it's probably for the best. I promise I'll handle everything best I can. But for the time being, I recommend you finish your shift and try not to touch anything. It might contaminate evidence.
I think this call feels really out of place with him calling William Afton.
Please don't touch anything.
Like, I think he should just rewrite that script entirely instead of trying to keep it from the FNAF 2.
Attention. Power levels unstable. The following systems are experiencing malfunctions.
All of them.
Toys remote communication systems. Chica, Bonnie, Freddy.
The others are under my protection. Let's see how you score. With no protection at all.
The animatronic toys can't help you any longer.
Yeah, Freddy's power level is over 9,000. No beak. No beak.
I didn't just throw 3 random threats at you in the last night of the game without any extra way of dealing with them. So throughout the night, the animatronics will one by one be reactivated for a moment, and you have to move them away from the office. Then they'll go back.
ENGEAR. So this particular, no, it's not based on anything. This is, well, it's based on the original FNAF 2. And then it's just a reworking of its mechanics, I believe. I'm not sure if they're basing it on anything specific.
All the while, we've still got the wizards approaching us, and the puppet will slowly be moving closer to the office. She's preoccupied by controlling the toys, so she's much slower than on other nights, but her advancement is clear and direct. Eventually, the puppet reaches the office by 6 a.m.
You shouldn't have come back.
I like how wet the puppet is. It's got like this slithery, slimy feeling, and I think it's because it got wet when it was trying to help Charlie. So it always sounds wet. Yeah.
So, obviously, this isn't the canon outcome for the game, just
Wet-ass puppet.
Scenario.
I do think I'm with it as writing their own canon. I think they need to commit in that respect. Like the call from Ralph when he's calling, it's meant to sound like the original I think it's the night 6 call that you get from the phone guy. I can, okay. NGA. Let me read, oh. I don't think it, I've never heard of a game called that. I hope not. Don't put my own in the chat. Don't put that in my chat. No. I don't. That a word that has NGR in it and is censored is very concerning to me. We don't do that here. If it's not what I'm thinking, then cool. But if it is what I'm thinking, we don't do that here. Okay, yeah. I just think that the last call from the phone guy, because it's very like, oh, why are you there? Well, you should be doing there. The whole building's on lockdown, blah, blah, blah. William Afton would know that. And it would be awfully presumptuous of the branch manager to be like, hey, don't touch anything. It's evidence. It's like, yeah, you're going to say that to your boss? You're going to say that to your boss. Your notoriously bad-tempered, evil boss. Yeah, no. I think that script should probably be rewritten. If this does become a proper game, which it probably will be, it probably will end up being a proper fan game somewhere down the line. They shouldn't keep the script the same, or like they tried to tweak it here, but like it should be completely different if they're going to go with this particular plotline, at least.
That our player is privy to without discovering the true secrets buried deeper within this game's lore. And speaking of which...
Lore!
Okay, so much like the first video in this series, I want to try and keep the original spirit of FNAF 2's story intact, though as you can probably already tell, I have some much bigger changes in mind regarding this game's story. One thing eagle-eye viewers of the last video may have noticed was that in the Flashback arcade minigames, the walls of the MCI pizzeria were plastered with posters of the toy animatronics. And yet they still maintain the June 1985 date of the original series killing spree. While some thought this might be a mistake, this is actually my first major change to the lore. In this new reboot universe, the MCI still occurs in 1985, but the pizzeria is the same one as we see here in FNAF Heyday. Now, why did I make this change? Well, in FNAF 2, we were introduced for the first time to William Afton, or as we knew him back then, the Purple Guy. Throughout the first set of minigames, we are shown exactly how William went about committing the MCI, Charlie's murders, and, well, this treat of a minigame, Save Them. While there is still debate to this day as whether or not Save Them is depicting a second set of murders, that was most certainly the most popular interpretation of these secrets at the time. And as impactful...
Oh. Okay, no, I don't know what it is. You spelled it NGR. Okay, you're not being... Look, to be honest, because it was very left of field, and I was sure that there was some kind of misunderstanding here, and I was very concerned. I was deeply concerned. Jesus Christ! Oh, God! Whew, okay. I'm glad it's called random number generator, huh? Whew. Oh boy.
As that game tries to make these victims, it seems that going forward, regardless of the original intent, Scott decided to leave this minigame in the dust. There are no references beyond FNAF 2 to the DCI, at least in any direct...
Yeah, this is the DCI.
So, in my reimagining, I decided to leave the DCI on the cutting room floor and merge it and the MCI together. This also gives William the
Yes, seemingly two sets of murders. The missing children's incident in 1985 and the dead children incident in 1987. MCI is stuffed into the classics and become the Withers. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. Alright. Alright. So yeah, the DCI MCI debate. I think the DCI is silly. At this point, there's no reason to... I agree with this decision to get rid of the DCI. There's no reason to have the DCI when these victims have literally no key importance anymore in the game story. Things that we do need to sort of more think about is how many people were probably killed by the sister location animatronics. There's probably quite a few extra deaths in the sister location. But, like, the DCI is no... This is the thing with FNAF 2, is it throws so much shit at the wall, including just through the gameplay mechanics, even the lore, that you come out of it going, I don't know what any of the fuck that was! We can't clear Night 2 at the moment, because Balloon Boy's being a fuck. Thanks, Balloon Boy, by the way. God.
The opportunity to stuff the kids into their respective suits, as the Withers aren't on stage performing. They're already slumped in the back room going unused, making them the perfect vessels for him to utilize in secret. But of course, this is only scratching the surface of the deeper narrative buried within FNAF heyday. We've still got minigames, secret characters, and the true ending to get to, so let's not waste any more time and jump right into the lore.
Okay.
The original FNAF 2 introduced us to a slew of new, seemingly important, but very confusing secret characters. Now, I'm not going to be adding as many, or even the same, secret characters from the original FNAF 2, but following tradition, I think it'd be a shame not to include some. As we already have JJ out in the hallway, I still thought it would be fun to have a pair of white eyes, which could be seen peering out from beneath
I like
the
him.
desk. And if you're unlucky enough, this could result in Dee Dee finding her way out and onto your desk console. Dee Dee blocks your charging port for the flashlight and laughs while she does it, classic Balloon Boy style. These three paper pals return from the original sporting a new color scheme hinting at earlier origins. And finally...
Wait, what are you- oh, right, I remember now. I remember watching this video the first time. And finally, hi man. Hi man. Hi man. Do we all know who this lovely man is? Do we all recognize this lovely fella? His big, bright smile. Do we know who this is? I hope we do. Baked Bonnie! He does look like bread, right? He does look a little bread-like. He looks a little bready. He looks a little bready Bonnie. No, he is not Baked Bonnie. We don't have a, I mean, his technical name is like, with all the rest of them, the Yellow Rabbit, but he does have a fan name that we have given him. Which is, Pit Trap. It's Pit Trap! Not the first playthrough and F this hard. For FNAF 2, I have never played FNAF 2 before. I just know it really well, just because I've seen it multiple times in playthroughs. Hi. That's not, my video's not actually loading. Hi.
As is true of most FNAF games, FNAF Heyday will also include a custom night, accessible after beating the game. Different challenges will reward players with different unlockables, some of which will appear on this shelf in the player's office. You can see them displayed in the extras menu, or you can interact with them in-game.
Hey kids, welcome to Fall Fest. I'm Bomb Bomb Bunny, and this who-house's hand up my back is the wonderful video.
In the first video, I spoke briefly about an interactable phone placed in the office. Unfortunately, there turned out to be some weird video glitch, so I didn't get to discuss it fully, so sorry about that. Anyway, in the same vein, I thought it would be cool for certain elements of this office to be interactable as well, such as the desk console. You can fiddle with these controls to change which song plays when we're using the music box.
I want that bin. I want that bin. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom.
This will allow us to listen to audio logs found throughout the game. However, as I'm sure you can tell, we've got no tapes to play. Now, obviously in the full game you'd be able to find tapes and listen to them, but unfortunately I didn't have time while making this video to actually make any tapes to listen. Throughout the nights, the players can also locate arcade tokens. If the player collects one, at the end of the night they will be prompted to choose an arcade game to play.
I just like this game.
Arcade 1, Hit and Run Dead. In this arcade, we play as a survivor of the zombie apocalypse, driving their way through the wastelands and trying to knock down as many shambling corpses as possible. As we're driving, we can drink collectible cans of energy drink to give us a speed boost, and at one point in the game, one of the broken sides of the roadway is glitchy. If we take this road, suddenly the car we're driving is a deep shade of purple, and it's nighttime.
That's some hardcore drink driving.
Arcade 2, Malacca. In this arcade, our goal is to place obstructions in the way of monstrous creatures which are crawling their way out of the ground, like Whack-A-Mole meets Tetris. We want to make sure we don't block the way out for survivors, otherwise we get stunned for a moment. However, if we decide to block 3 survivors in a row and let all the monsters out, the game glitches.
I married it. Uh-oh. 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 Yeah. Is that bump shaped like a person DUI? Yeah. Yeah.
Arcade fun.
Arcade fun. Hang on. I have an idea. Hang on. Fun. Fun. It's Glitchtra. I'm one letter off.
Uncle Bill?
What are you doing outside, dummy? You can go round the front.
I don't want them to put me outside again.
What about your puppet? Or does Daddy's machine not work? It's okay. Kid.
Okay, we definitely need a pause for this. I did not call you Pat. I did not call you fat. I said fun. happens if I put a CRT on something that's got... Okay. That happens. Hi. I'm from the 90s. What is... Intensity? Oh. Analog glitch. There we go. Hi. It's sideways, because technically I am too. Oof. Brutal. Oh, that's an interesting effect. Yeah, Metro. I don't know, man. Darkiplier. Okay. I think the ad's over. Is the ad over? Ad good? We're good? We good? Yeah. Alright. Ad is over. We return.
Kids can be so cruel.
Kids can be so cruel. Uncle Bill.
Charlie.
I'm sorry about what happened. The other kids, they say it was my fault. They said if I hadn't been such a B-word, I wouldn't have made Mike angry. And if he wasn't angry, he wouldn't have done it. But it doesn't make any sense. I didn't do anything. I was trying to help. It wasn't my fault.
You know, Charlie, you're a lot like your father.
Did anybody see her name glitching out to Henry?
Uncle Bill?
Arcade 3, Dungeon Crawl. Dungeon Crawl is an isometric fantasy game where the player is a wizard who has to literally crawl through a goblin's dungeon with really low ceilings. The player must send fireballs in the direction of oncoming enemies and collect treasure.
Fireball! Uh-oh.
I'm the marionette, but you can call me Mary. Please remember to treat other guests with respect. Please remember to treat other guests with respect. Hi there. Looks like you wandered off. Hi there. Hi there. This is way too fun.
Arcade 4, One Nerd Army.
One Nerd Army!
Side-scroller beat 'em up. We play as a scrawny, pencil-pushing dork who's finally stepping up and fighting back. However, we have to be careful that we only have limited stamina, so we can't face all these threats head-on. We can use our special hide ability to blend in with our surroundings and let the thugs pass us. If we use this ability and never attack...
Cave Explorer, I've seen a hole in a mountain called Devil Butthole with 100% death rate. I don't know what it is with humans and wanting to crawl into holes, but I understand, like, I am somebody who is the opposite of claustrophobic. I really like being in tight spaces, but, like, even me is going, like, really, that's a little too tight. That's too much.
Hi there. Please remember to treat other guests with respect.
Stupid thing. It's me, William Afton.
Of course, I know who you are, silly.
What?
All Fazbear Entertainment staff and animated property are legally authorized to use physical force in the state of Utah for security
get in
purposes.
here. Your stupid marionette's acting up again.
Dummy.
What? Kids can be so cruel. It's me.
Music box put her out.
What a sweet lullaby.
Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. That was our missing link from the first game. We got to learn the truth behind the missing children, but we couldn't yet identify what made this spindly zebra stripe.
That was not consent, no.
And the vents so special. But here it is, the truth of William's first murder. Obviously, there are still details left up to speculation, but the bulk of what happened to Charlie before and after her death is now revealed. William's fascination with the supernatural begins with Charlie, a crime of passion that results in a decade's worth of horror. To achieve the true ending of FNAF Heyday, the player will not only have to complete the hidden arcade games we talked about before, but also play through the memories of William from the week prior to the game. Considering we're playing as this ruthless killer, our goals, sickeningly, must align with his, and it's our job to make sure his plan comes to fruition.
You should feel a little sad, yeah.
Through William's mind, we have to click and drag the U icon.
If she'd managed to kill him then, 5 children wouldn't have been killed.
On night 1, we have to drop ourselves to the exit.
That particular screenshot is probably full of Easter eggs, actually. That particular screen. Hang on. Alright, let's see what we can see. Let's see what we can see. See at the bottom of the beat. So we have Glitch Trap, original OG Glitch Trap mask head in here. We have the original poster from Freddy's with the withers on it. We have Plush Trap up the top here. This particular mask actually looks like it's ripped straight out of R&D from Secret of the Mimic. So I'm not sure if this game is implementing Secret of the Mimic, because obviously Reboot came out before the actual first game. Reboot came out before Secret of the Mimic came out, and there was a lot of lore in Secret of the Mimic. It was one of the most lore-dense games we've ever received. In fact, it is the most lore-dense game we've ever received, with like actual, clear, concise, this has happened, this was who perpetrated it, this is why it happened, this is the result of that particular incident. It is the most clear example of an actual story in a Five Nights at Freddy's game, which is insane. That's insane. We're like 10 games deep. I mean, Into the Pit has a pretty clear story as well, but in terms of like it relating to the rest of the main FNAF lore, its main relation to it, and I'm actually planning on doing a video on this, but the main relation of Into the Pit, and it's literally the only reason the Into the Pit game exists, at least in my opinion, because for the most part Into the Pit is book canon. You don't need to care about it because it's completely separated to the games. But the reason it was made into a game was because most people don't read the books, and they needed a particular piece of information available to people who only participate in the game canon. And that is that there is a ongoing connection and existence of all of the people who are involved in Crying Child's death. Oswald's father was the person wearing the Freddy mask during Crying Child's death. So we now know who the person wearing the Bonnie mask during Crying Child's death was. We know who was wearing the Freddy mask. We don't know who was wearing the Chica mask, but I have a suspicion. So that's what we know at this point. I think that's all the secrets I can see from, at least at this particular resolution. I wonder if you could zoom in and see a bit more, but I'm not going to for now. I think that's quite a bit anyway. It's cool to see this one though. Okay, yeah, they're definitely look, he's definitely, I forgot this was in here. So yes, he's definitely implementing Secret of the Mimic. In fact, not only is he implementing Secret of the Mimic, he's making it that Edwin Murray survives Secret of the Mimic. Matt Petra. Hey guys! And welcome back to Petra Theory, where we discuss the lore behind your favorite video games. I am Matt Petra. And today we're talking about Five Nights at Freddy's. This is going to be my ultimate final .png FNAF timeline. So yeah, this is in 1985. Edwin Murray in Secret of the Mimic canon dies in 1977. Or at least is inferred to have died.
On night 2, we have to bring our icon to this small room at the end of the hall outside your office.
Manager's office. Hello. Willy's Wonderland?
Hi there. You have reached the office of Ralph Burgess.
No. We've had managers' offices before in these games. It's just not particularly frequent.
Please leave a message and I'll be sure to get right back to you. Beep.
I will eventually. I love this photo. This is so funny. I can't believe you would do this, Foxy. I can't believe it.
This bonus item we've just unlocked will come into play later, but for now, let's keep our focus on the rest of the memories. On night 3, we drag ourselves over to the employee lounge.
I wonder how it is implemented, as in where you need to go. Like, how do you know which room you're supposed to drag yourself to? Like, I'm wondering what his plan is in terms of, like, the design document here. This is what I would be asking if you were placing a game dev pitch to me. 5 minutes at Smith & Wesson's and 1 night at Freddy's. I don't even know how effective a gun would be on these things, because you would have to make sure you're hitting the servos. And if you don't hit the servos fast enough, you're in trouble. So you'd have to be 1, bringing a shotgun, and 2, making sure you're cornering and individualizing each machine. Also, the whole thing with Five Nights at Freddy's is, if you damage them, you're liable. And, Fazbear will, like, make you bankrupt. BONOILET toilet. Yeah! I love BONOILET toilet. I haven't even gotten to see him in FNAF 2 because I can't get fucking past night 2 because the game is bad and I'm a bad player, but the game is also bad. I did beat Five Nights at Freddy's, the original. It's just that FNAF 2 is just like, you want some fries with your bombardment of animatronics for no good reason. Oh.
Acting robotics. Make the astonishing a reality.
You're telling me you don't have a vest that's similar to that? Five Nights in Walter, oh god. Look at these poor guys. Also, you couldn't have done a better job? Like, you got blood all over them? Messy, messy, William. Also, I have a bone to pick with this particular sequence as well, but I will mention it after we finish. Hi, Guy, am you? Thank you for coming over from TikTok. Okay.
Finally.
Before we get into that little bit, this is something I'm going to always gripe on about, and you're probably going to hear me gripe on about it again and again over time, the more stuff that we do with Five Nights at Freddy's. And this is a particular point of contention within the fandom, and I think you're either on side A or side B, but as far as I'm concerned, side A, which is what this is just depicted, is silly. And for the record, it has now been debunked by Dead by Daylight. Now, I know that sounds like a crazy statement to say, that like Dead by Daylight debunked something. However, it is actually true. Dead by Daylight has debunked something that the fandom has held in high regard, that like it was like sort of 80-20 with 80-20 A camp versus B camp. Now, A camp was that the animatronic spring-lock suits had the full endoskeleton within, yeah, hearing Star Wars lore from Fortnite. Yeah, precisely though. Like, there's been a couple of extracurricular, quote-unquote, things that have come out that have informed other things over time, and in fact, Dead by Daylight is one of them. So the original Camp A with the spring-lock suits was that you could grab the spring-locks with the animatronic endoskeleton still inside and press the animatronic endoskeleton into the sides of the suit. And then the performer would get in with the animatronic endo, like the actual mechanical control, still in the suit. And then a person would walk around and that would just be compressed into the back of the suit. But the whole thing with spring locks and what the technology actually is spring locks are what connect to the endoskeleton. They're points that protrude inside the mechanical machine that interlock into the endoskeleton to, one, hold it in place, and two, give it something like to guide. It tells it where the endoskeleton is in space. So it's like, I am in the Bonnie suit. And that's how it processes where the endoskeleton is supposed to be. The main suits already work like that, but the suit, the spring-lock suits can be made into a suit by winding back not an endoskeleton, but spring locks by, like, the springs, the pieces that connect to the endoskeleton. Party B, which is the one I'm in, and the correct one, for the record, it is the correct one. There is no endoskeleton in these suits. The endoskeleton is removed because they can be taken apart in full. You can take off the full arm, the full body, everything else. The endoskeleton, the suit is removed. The endoskeleton is removed before it is converted into suit mode. Suit mode is when there is no animatronic in it, and then you wind back the things that connect to the endoskeleton so it can be worn flush on the skin without having any of the cross beams and wires, which was specified by the phone guy in the first game, that would stab into you were you inside the suit. That's what the spring locks do. They press back all those cross beams and wires, very specifically demonstrated in the first game. That's what that was outlined. That was what crushed your teeth and your eyes to go outside the suit. In the first game, that's what it does. That's what the spring locks are. There is no endoskeleton inside the spring lock suit when it is worn in suit mode. What you are seeing in Springtrap is an possessed corpse. A corpse possessed by its own ghost, driven by the desire to continue murdering children. And Dead by Daylight makes that very clear, because a lot of people because of the way that Springtrap as a model was built, people were like, oh, there is a endoskeleton in here, blah, blah, blah. There is no actual there was never meant to be an endoskeleton in the Springtrap suit. The lore contradicted the model. And now that we have a more accurate, Scott-approved model of Springtrap, we now see what Springtrap should have looked like from the very beginning, which is it contains a corpse. The animatronic parts we are seeing is the frame of the suit. It is not the actual endoskeleton which controls the mechanical brain of the animatronic. That is not included in a spring lock suit when it is being worn in suit mode. It just has a frame on it so that a person can get into a suit which stands taller than what they are. For example, what you see in the movie. Yes, Springtrap is a corpse, yes. It's not common knowledge. You would be surprised. I know that it sounds like you would be surprised how many people were in Camp A until Dead by Daylight came out. In fact, it blew my mind every time I interacted with the FNAF fandom, and they were like, oh, there's still you just saw it. There is an endoskeleton in this particular, there is an endoskeleton in here. You open him up, and he's got an endoskeleton in him. Like, this is Camp A. They still think there's an endoskeleton in Springtrap. There is no endoskeleton in Springtrap. And the fact that people still think this blows my mind, because a lot of the people want to still argue that, like, oh, William is being tracked, is able to be commanded by the sound of the Balloon Boy's voice in FNAF 3 because he's still following his programming. I think it's obvious too. I think it's crazy. The people literally go, the reason that Springtrap could be argued to be a regular animatronic and because following his programming is because he follows around BB's voice during FNAF 3. And then that also was debunked by Dead by Daylight. Dead by Daylight says William came to life and heard the sound of a child speaking and went, I'm gonna go murder this little fuck. That's what he did. And that's what he's doing in FNAF 3. William is a monster who managed to escape death by possessing his own corpse, and there is no animatronic control in sight. There has always been a corpse inside the suit, but if you have a look at the original FNAF 3 model, there is actually a frame inside it. It's not a full animatronic, but there is a frame inside it. And that's what people have always thought was an actual animatronic inside Springtrap. It's not an animatronic. There is a frame, and that is it. And then Dead by Daylight came out and was like, no. Yeah, Scott was not in a position where he was capable of modeling the corpse inside Springtrap. Yeah, I agree. Following is programming because the animatronics are programmed to protect kids. The animatronics are programmed to go where the kids are. This is an established fact. Where was his corpse before it resurrected? So his corpse has been inside the suit for several years, but it was in a safe room. So in Five Nights at Freddy's locations, there's always a safe room which is not on the actual maps, and that safe room was sealed off after he died. Crazy once they locked me in a suit, a Springtrap suit with an endoskeleton. Endoskeleton drive me crazy. It It drives me crazy too. See, Petra is not silly enough to get spring-locked because I would not be getting into one of these goddamn suits. But also, there is no way you can fit an endo in these damn suits. Especially this particular version of it. Because I know that, like, this is closer to canon Springtrap. But what has been shown in both Dead by Daylight and now in the FNAF movie is that the Springlock suits are huge. Like, when you get into those suits, you stand at about 8 to 9 feet tall. You're huge. And that's the reason why they have their own mechanical feet. Why Springtrap has mechanical feet with guts around them is because when you get into the Springlock suit, you stand on top of those feet in order to, like, it's like standing on stilts because you're not actually standing with your own feet flush to the ground. You're standing on the animatronics feet, which raise your height higher than what you would be naturally. Yeah, it would be very heavy. The suits do look very, very heavy. Because they do, FNAF 2 even shows the killer die in the suit. I'm just so kind of surprised people think Springtrap is an animatronic. People know that the corpse is in there, but they think that the animatronic that was inside it, like the actual endoskeleton, was shoved inside him when the spring locks failed. But it's like, no, that's not what happened. He got pierced in every part of his body. Like, his hands got severed, all of his organs got lacerated, he got destroyed. But that was because there were crossbeams and wires designed to hook up to an animatronic inside this machine, not an actual endoskeleton inside. What do you think was the biggest lore drop in the Mimic? That Henry and William didn't do shit. Henry and William didn't do shit. They did nothing. They only designed Freddy. They only designed Freddy and Bonnie. They only designed the original Freddy and Bonnie. And we don't even know if they designed main Freddy and Bonnie or they only designed the glitch trap version of Bonnie and maybe one other. We don't know how deep their level of they didn't do shit is, but it's deep. 90% of what built Fazbear was stolen from Edwin Murray. That's huge. The other thing is, obviously, there is the theory that William kidnapped the child version of the Mimic and dressed it as a human child, and that was what got its head crushed. Which, fascinating. I am fascinated by this. Because a lot of people were like, oh great, your name's David. And FNAF does this. We have Mike Schmidt, Michael Afton, we have Jeremy Fitzgerald, and we have Jeremy who became Bonnie, and then we have the Jeremy who sliced his face off in Help Wanted. We have multiple versions of the same characters having the same name, so everybody was like, oh, they're just both named David. Like, Crying Child has been mostly, quote-unquote, mostly confirmed to be named Dave. People are sort of more coming around to it now. People think his name is Dave. So the Mimic was the kid in FNAF 3. FNAF 4 is the thought. FNAF 4, the kid in FNAF 4, yeah. That's what people are thinking. They're thinking that the Mimic was the kid in FNAF 4. Yeah. That's the theory. That's the theory, is that when William went to the Murray house to go and pick up what was there, he found the Mimic that you'd locked into being David, into being the child, and he kidnapped it as his own kid. Because the bedroom shares it has some of the same toys, and it shares very similar elements to the FNAF 4 bedroom. So that we don't know for sure. That's one of the theories that like Secret of the Mimic is kind of left on the table. Like, hey, what do you think? It's possible. You're mine now. We're having soft tacos later. Yeah, pretty much. Like, but it also explains why Michael is such a shithead to him, though, right? It's like, if your father just walked in and is like, hey, I've brought a toddler home. This is your toddler brother. and your mother was like, you're okay, and your sister was like, you're okay, and you're like 15 years old, you're used to only having one child sibling, and this kid just doesn't stop fucking whinging, and he also sounds wrong. He's like, there's this weird wrongness to the way he speaks. Of course you'd bully the shit out of him. Thank you. I think so too. Of course you would bully the shit out of him. Right? Like, it makes sense, but also it doesn't make sense because the theory has been ongoing for a long time that crying child's spirit has been trapped. That's the theory, right? Is like when the original mimic was, if the original mimic was destroyed by having its head crushed by Freddy in FNAF 4, was it actually possessed by David? And then that released David's spirit. Also, if Freddy managed to destroy the mimic in FNAF 4, what the fuck did they build Freddy out of? Because you drop multiple heavy things on that damn mimic, he gets dropped into lava. And he still comes back, but he gets his head crushed by Freddy and it's game over. Okay. It was just that he was so locked into being in David, it's like it deactivated the robot because he was locked into being David. I don't know. It's an interesting theory. It is an interesting theory. I think TD Dreads was one who, they call it the God David theory. I haven't watched it in detail, but that's the core element of it, is like it's been David Murray from being the child that got killed to becoming the mimic, to becoming David Afton, to dying and becoming the crying child. It's been the same David the whole time. That's the theory. Oh, we're not watching this stupid shit again.
Finally, on night
Good job to the animator. Silly theory.
Become the janitor's closet in FNAF Anniversary, but here it's something else entirely.
Yeah, let David die. Oh, yeah, this thing. But what this infers, right, is like, I don't know what he's going for in terms of, So this is called, it's part of the FNAF reboot series. So this is by a YouTuber called The Unwithered Truth, and he's doing a series of videos based on rewriting the Five Nights at Freddy's games as though all of the lore was planned from the start. So this is the second one, where we're playing through Heyday, 1985 at one of the original locations with the toys and the wizards. And I've also been playing FNAF 2 in between, but I'm reluctant to keep going. Where the first one was also about the original, was called FNAF Anniversary. I really recommend watching these videos, obviously without my commentary involved, because they've done a fantastic job, everybody involved. Hi, William Afton, welcome to the channel. Thank you for following me. I appreciate it. FNAF University. Yeah. Thanks, Guy Emu. Yeah, that's the same thought I'm having. This is the second one. What's up with all the William Aftons coming after me? Oh, what is that? I didn't get a good look at that. Let's have another look at that, shall we? You're a clone! Good job! You got cloning technology now too? Okay, so Artificial Foreman 1.0. Okay, AF 1.0. Interesting. The FNAF EU is real. Yeah. Yeah, AF 1. Yeah, like Fiona. This is like the fact that this concept has come out of Secret of Mimic, I think has really enriched it. This is very cool. You're saying AF 10? Oh, I see. I do think it's a reference to Fiona, though. So this is just a video of rewriting the law. It is effectively a working, it is a living game design document. This goes over how new gameplay mechanics would be implemented, why those gameplay mechanics exist, how the player would have to respond to them, how the story interlocks with those mechanics, and any additional lore-related mechanics and games that would be implemented into the game in order to carry the story forward. It is fascinating to watch, even just from a game dev perspective, because seeing something like this as a pitch document would blow my mind. Like, it's obviously out of scope, because With the Truth is a fairly popular YouTuber. He would be making a decent amount of money from YouTube. I'm not sure how much. With the Truth, I'm not sure, I can't see how many views he's got, like actual subscribers, but like his videos are seeing like something in the realm of 700,000 to 1 million views on each video. Like this video is nearly at 1 million, it's 10 days old, and it will get higher than that because FNAF content tends to be a little bit more on the evergreen side, as opposed to some other content which tends to die off within 4 to 5 days. This whole concept would be expensive to do as an actual pitch document, and as an actual pitch, but this is so cool as an actual pitch. Like actually giving a game company or whatever you're taking this to a real first-hand live experience of exactly how the game would operate, from base mechanics all the way to its niche Easter eggs, is fantastic. It's so cool to see. I hope they're taking notes. That would be, I think other game devs are probably going to see this the same way that I'm seeing it and be like, damn, why didn't I think of that? Because when you come to a point where you're presenting a pitch, you're usually only working with very little of what you have, because the reality is, as a game designer, majority of the time you don't have the resources to produce something like this. Which is part of why I am becoming a content creator, because I want to be able to build better pitches and better stories, and being able to fund those games means getting eyes on them sooner than what would, like, I have worked on quite a few of my games for 4 or 5, some of them 10 years, and they don't have a lot of content behind them because 1, I've been busy, or 2, my main role in terms of game dev is design and story writing. I am an artist as well, but there's certain aspects and certain levels of the actual design that I am not at a capacity to do myself. Getting a game to a point where I could present it in its actual finalized state before I even seek out funding would mean that I could get better funding from publishers, I'd get more confidence from publishers, and I'd also have more consumer confidence because I can present them almost like a really solid product right off the gate. But also, this is the problem, right? This kind of content is what also got games like the day before, was it the day before? The one that had the most wish lists on Steam and was a complete scam game. That particular game ran like this. Its pitches were fake cutscenes. They weren't really running in engine. They weren't real games. This is a pitch document is great, but this should never be a trailer. But we have a rising problem with this as trailers, but I'll get into, let's finish off this video. We're really close, and I'll get into that a little bit after this. The game was a sham, yeah. I do like the choirs. The choirs are fun.
Of William's crimes erased and the blame pinned on someone else entirely. Night 5 will begin with a secret maintenance session. Throughout the week, we perform maintenance on Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy. And now...
Why Poppy Playtime?
Good evening.
Every time, I can't hear the song and not think of Poppy Playtime.
Overtime, eh? Good for you. Afton Robotics always appreciates the hard work and dedication of its employees. It seems that you're attempting to perform maintenance on...
Hi, Golden Freddy. The one you should not have killed.
You have followed procedure. Should be waiting on the platform upstairs. Please activate the retrieval button on the maintenance console.
Yeah, it is royalty free. But everybody's heard it from Poppy. Squelch!
It appears our system does not recognize the animatronic you're trying to perform maintenance on. This station is only intended for maintenance pertaining to approved Afton Robotics creations. Are you sure you wish to continue? Okay.
Man, Cassidy's mad.
Proceed with any required maintenance and/or cleaning. Good job. Looks good as... Good job. Let's try again, shall we? Press the prompt button to cycle to the next item in your prompt package.
Cassidy's mad. I'm surprised. Well, the thing is, right, the reason he doesn't destroy these is because he's fascinated by the concept of there being ghosts inside of them. He's like, damn, that's cool. The supernatural is real.
Has either been unsuccessful or has damaged the animatronic further. Please report as failed maintenance to your supervisor so that a more competent employee may rectify it. It appears you're trying to delete the contents of this maintenance session. Please confirm with your personal access code.
Mm-hmm. And precisely. Very morbid curiosity.
Thank you.
After completing this maintenance session, Night 5 finally begins, with a small wristband sitting on the desk, along with a note.
To your specifications, Edwin. So this is inferring that Edwin Murray is still alive in 1985. Keep in mind, in canon, as far as we know, he's dead by 1976.
Everything is now in place, and William's plan can
I think it's 1976?
Night 5 goes about the same as it does in the base game, with the puppet controlling the toys, making their way toward the office. The night comes to an end with the puppet appearing in the office, but in this version of events, William is ready.
Uh-oh.
Time's falling apart again. Want to help put her back together?
Hi, Arkea. This is basically a living pitch document for a rewrite of Five Nights at Freddy's, with the concept being that the lore was planned from the start. So we're just reached the end of the video. Everybody have a good time? Everybody had a good time? It's very interesting. I will link it to you later in chat. These are really interesting videos because they are very much essentially living pitch documents. They include all gameplay concept, new character concepts, how the gameplay and the characters intertwine, how they'd operate, how the story would go. It's very, very cool. I'm really fascinated by these. Yeah, definitely watch them in your own time. And if you are around, which I should probably do, subscribe. Okay, so these are everybody who worked on these videos. So The Game Theorists, TD Dreads. So TD Dreads did, if you go up here, we got voices up here. So you got Rytoast did voices. I think GB's Horror Homestead may have helped with, I don't recognize his voice. Yeah, so there's a new collaboration feature, which is very recent, but that's nice. It's very, very cool to have. I'm just going to hit subscribe to Unwithered Truth, because this is not my main YouTube channel. I might be subscribed to him on my other one anyway. But yeah, this is just a really, really cool concept. Yeah, and I love the collaboration feature. It's been really cool seeing like my two collaborators actually sitting on YouTube being like, oh, here's both their names, and it means that the video appears on both of their channels. So it's very cool. It's very cool to see. Yeah. So that is the end of that particular video. I was going to talk about something and I completely forgot about it. Does anybody remember what my last thing that I was going to talk about was? It has skipped my memory. It is gone. And also, this guy's got channel members which will be helping with the actual funding of making these, which, yeah, this will probably, how shit FNAF 2 is. I mean, we can go back and see that. Do you want to see how shit FNAF 2 is again? Sure, let's go. Stupid fucking game. Uh-huh. And now we wait. The night's so much longer without the phone call. I don't think this was what I was going to talk about, though. I think there was something else. About the game design doc or something. I don't remember. Yeah, Mangle and the puppet for holding the restaurant down. He's not even out of his box. Oh, it's 1 AM. Yay. I'm gonna be honest, chat. I don't care about clearing this game. If it keeps being a shit, I will play something else. This is why I made, like, this particular stream was gonna be the Heyday video and the movie trailer and this. But the main thing, no, we'll do a committed stream to FNAF 3. FNAF 4 is really good. FNAF 3 was always my favorite in terms of concept, just because I love the idea of a serial killer so motivated to kill that he gets up from as a corpse and starts trying to kill again. Very fun. Love that idea. FNAF 3, yeah, the gameplay is a bit average, but I mean, it's not this! Can you fuck off? Why? Okay. Are you in the vent yet? No, okay. So we gotta listen to the next one. Can I use my flashlight, please? Why are you here? Go away! Go away. No one likes you. Good luck with editing. Okay, go away. You also go away. Oh my god. Hi. Okay, so he's just moved into the main vent. Are you there? You know what I think it is, to be honest? I'm gonna be real with you. What I think it is with this particular game is that it will present to you a threat and it'll be like, okay, so here's this threat. You need to respond to it at the correct time. The correct timing is fucked. So you be like, okay, I think BB is about to come out of the vent because he's just laughed 3 times, but no, he's not ready to come out of the vent yet. It wasn't even, like, the mask was whatever. I fucked up the mask there. It was the fact that I was going to die to the puppet anyway because Freddy fucked around in the front of my office for 6 months! Like, move your fat ass! We're just hanging around. Oh, you want me to sing a birthday song? You could have sung me the entire thing of Happy Birthday in the very low, droning, demonic chant version of it we do in Australia, and it would have been fine. But no, it was after I was like, oh damn, I think BB is going to come get me, and then the music box. I will clear night 2, but then we're leaving this game on the table. Thank you. Thank you for complimenting my Freddy impression. And did you notice how it went from absolutely fucking nothing for the first 3 hours, right? Nothing. Nothing. Dead to the wind. Absolutely fucking nothing happening. And then it was like, nah, go fuck yourself. It's not even just a ramp up or like a ramping in difficulty. It is just like nothing and then everything. And the thing is, like, I'm trying to predict. BB's killed me twice already. Alright, Jesus put a smile on Petra today. You know what? I'm not even going to bother to clear this. If I don't get it this night, that's it. Nothing happens for the first 3 hours, then suddenly bullshit. Yeah, I know, but oh, shut up, Charlie! If I commit to playing this game in VR eventually, will you guys be happy with me leaving this game on the table? I'll finish it in VR. Where I can hold the music box down without having to go into the cameras. Hi. Go away. No one likes you. No one likes you. No one likes you. No one likes you. You're just happy to be here? Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate all of you, in fact. Thank you so much for being here. I'm really surprised at how many people are coming in from TikTok. Because I'm not really posting gaming content there at the moment. But I'm glad. I'm very happy that you guys are here. Yeah, when I'm scared, I'm not scared right now. Who is that? Yeah, the nights are really long too. Can you go away? Like, she's in the vent. Her face is in the vent. Just get out. Hey, man. Hi. Are you gone? Hi, Bonnie. Is that both of them? Bonnie, BB, I need you to fuck off. At least Mangle has a noise cue. Okay, so both Freddy and Mangle are gone. Okay, BB, can you fuck off? Yeah, go away, Foxy! Go away, Foxy! Okay. We might be all good. We might be all good. Okay. Yay! Hey, man. Hey, man. You really look like a duck here, girly pop. No. It's me! Yeah, it's me closing the game. Goodbye. Now, who is the dude, this dude in the suit? I believe it's the spirit of Freddy. We're seeing through the eyes of the dead kids, I believe. But who knows with FNAF 4? FNAF 4 is like, wah! No, not FNAF 4. FNAF 2. FNAF 2 is like, wah! The whole time. Okay. So, I am going to do a quick be right back and run an ad. I will only be able to do one more thing tonight. Does anybody, are we down for a round of Hades 2? We down for a Hades 2 run, everybody? Because that'll take me about 45 minutes, half an hour to 45 minutes. Everybody down for a Hades 2 run? Yeah, sure, cool. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick be right back. And remember to mute my mic while I'm in the be right back. Okay, no worries, Guy Emu. Thank you for coming along. Alrighty, I am doing a be right back, and I'll be back in a second. I'm muting my mic because I know you guys can still hear me. Ta-da! I'm... Mimetra doesn't tell me anything. Hi, I'm back. Hi, guys. Okay, audio are good. Let me check my filters, make sure I've got a source record on it. I do. Excelente. All right. It's time to kick Kronos' ass. I almost said Satan's ass. Don't ask. The sound? Is there audio? One in chat if you can hear the audio, please. Or if no audio, please. One? I meant the number one, but okay. Audio all good? Okay. No worries, L2S. No worries at all. Yeah, I'm kind of in spoiler territory. I can't really play Hades 1 either because I am finished. Okay, ooh.
The oath beckons.
I kind of want to do this one.
For the will of night.
Okay, I will give this a go. I'm gonna give the testament a go. Yeah, warn me, blah, 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 and yeah, Okay, off we go. I want to see. I'm gonna die, but I want to see. Ooh.
Lord Ares is finally back. Nothing makes a war official like when he shows up. Things haven't always gone our way when we fought together, but this time just about everybody's here.
Yay! Oh, normal. Oof. Okay.
I grow strong.
Cool. Nice. Moss. Off we go. All right. Where are we going? Okay, so we do have Medea, Apollo, Hestia, and... Okay. Tougher boss. Interesting. Okay. I definitely want all three that are in that bottom, and then maybe Hermes? So we'll get these two first. Get this one first, because the quicker we can get these, the more like we will, Oh, hi, Hercules. It's all good. I'm not gonna be here. I'm probably gonna be dying pretty fast, let's be honest. Oh, really? Are we? Are we done? Thanks. Fuck. To you too.
Make it to the mountaintop as yet. In case you haven't, nothing good awaits you there. So I hear.
What do you mean, Typhon? I'm surprised the Olympians don't have you helping out with him, instead of bashing a bunch of weaklings far from where the real danger is.
The Olympians want to bide some half-god stealing their glory. I get the drudgery, not the important work. Thank the fates that you get some of each. Been a pleasure.
Bye. Bye, big man.
I draw you down, O moon. Lend me your light.
Upon the oath of the unseen is one vow that may rise above the rest. It is my charge as Eye of Night to bear it witness should you choose to speak this vow of rivals. Discover the extent of it and overcome your strongest foes.
That's the one we've got on. Ooh.
May cross your path.
God sent event from Olympian. Okay. Oh, excellent. Interesting. Prophecy foretold. Excellent. Cool. Coins. Out we go. Damn it, took some damage. Oh, coins. Give me that. Money. Money, 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 money. Money, 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 money. Money, 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 money. Okay.
Of that Eris buzzing about. She's from your realm, not ours, so you may be more privy to how come she's showed up uninvited, though that tends to be her style. Somebody needs to shoo her away already.
Bye. Goodbye, Eris. That'll be interesting. Okay, prominence flare. Okay, yes, parent prominence flare is what we want. Oh, another door. Excellent. That's what we want. We want multi-doors. Excellent. Maximum magic. Anything is better than nothing. Okay, come on, Hestia. Nice. Perfect. Hey, Hestia. Oh, I forgot to change the game. I did. I forgot to change the game.
The others act as though they pity me. Poor childless Hestia, they say. But they all long for their childless days. I can see it in their eyes.
Hades 2, please. Thank you. Nope, I don't know what I just clicked on. Okay, excellent. Sprint.
Should head back out.
No extra doors? No extra doors? No? I got very lucky getting 2 in a row, to be honest. Okay, we're going to Medea? Don't worry, I know.
Special. The most outrageous bit of hearsay has been wafting lately on the winds about what ails the mountain of the gods. You've been heading
No, it is Typhon.
If the hearsay concerned an ancient and enormous monstrosity looking to crush Olympus to pieces, assuming the Titan's legions don't achieve it first, it's not hearsay.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Monstrosity, you mean? And you intend to challenge him and all the rest? You're entirely mad, sorceress. But so's the world over.
Okay, Malice and Kind. Whenever a foe makes you use a Death Defiance, it loses 15%! Well, I have 4. I have 3 Death Defiance plus my Lucky Tooth when I get to that point. That's a total of 60% of an enemy's health if it's all the same enemy. That's a big chunk. A zeal? I don't know. That's a great question. Okay, we've got 2 pylons left, so we want a Hermes. Come here. Nice. Perfect.
You've got a longer way to go, sure, but you're definitely faster. We're about to be.
Weirdly enough, this game makes me want to replay Transistor. Well, I mean, it's the same style of gameplay as far as I'm aware. Yes!
Alright.
Yeah. Hi, Troll G, welcome! Yeah, same dev. But they've been perfecting their formula for a while. There's a reason that Hades is the first one that they made a sequel to. Oh, Jesus. What's going on there? Stop that. Nice.
Word reaches us that you located Hades' flower. How he must seethe, incarcerated in that pit of despair. Although at least he's whole. What of your mother? Nothing still?
I already played it. Well, I finished night 2. I'm not playing any more of FNAF 2. At least not tonight. At least not for free. FNAF 2 is not my favorite of the FNAF games. Yeah. We had a good time though. The VOD will be up as soon as the game we finish up. So yeah, let's do that one. Like Hades, I'm not, to be honest, Hades is the first one that I've really played that this is in this sort of like roguelike style. I'm interested in playing more of these style of games, but Hades was my introduction to it. Oh, pylons remaining 0. Oh, okay. Good job, me.
That's good.
Alright, well, we're about to see a new... Hello, man. I'm taking this one.
Were you expecting someone far less beautiful, or did you somehow know it was me?
What do I care?
Always use more.
Very well.
Hey.
Supplying goods to mighty Heracles.
Okay, no, he's not one I need to give a gift to. I need Artemis, Athena, Hera. Yeah, I haven't played either of those. I've thought about both of them. What? Why are you here?
Infusing fear into the night lets me conduct certain experiments I normally cannot. Though I'm also bound to test you here, as does great Hecate below.
What? No. Girly pop.
Lady Medea, what of the massive Cyclops already barring my path? He'll try to eat us both.
Nah, this witch here is not exactly to my taste. And besides, we got ourselves a little arrangement now. Since I can't smell as easy, what with all the bodies popping up.
Your fight is with the Cyclops still. My aim is merely to enact the will of night in my own way. Do try your best to pretend I'm not even here.
I'm pumped.
He's contagious.
Ow. lollipop! You're kidding. You're killing, right? You're kidding me. I haven't seen poison in a while. Damn it! Ah, you're gonna be kidding me! Oh shit! That did so much damage. Well, at least it's 15% per hit. Got him. Whew. 4 people now? Yes. Nightmare. Also, Medea, what? Oh, there's the poison healing. Oh, there was a way to heal the poison.
The noxious, death-strewn field beyond the city of Ephira now lies still once more.
Lady Medea certainly transformed this place.
Ow. Great. Yeah, thank you for that. Oop.
Let me show you the way.
Let's go. I have a strong suspicion that the next fight after this is going to destroy me. Thank you for the ponytail. So I don't have any... Okay, I need... Okay, give me that one.
Very well.
Get that one. Okay, off we go. You can lurk in peace. Ponytail obtained. Off we go.
We'll go around. Foes eliminated.
Nice.
Aid from a relative of yours.
Ooh. Allure of Aphrodite. About half an hour. Okay. Ooh. Can I get that? No, ooh, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I cannot. Nice.
Aphrodite shall be notified at once.
Off we go. But I'm gonna die on this run. I've got, I don't know how much, familiarity you guys have got with the original Hades, but, I've got the thing that alters the bosses. In case you didn't notice with Medea. So all of the bosses are going to be harder, and I still sometimes die to the next boss, and I definitely die to the boss after it. So I don't have high hopes. I've also never cleared the surface. I'm pretty sure surface is harder than lower route anyway. Hi, Icarus. Hey, man. Do you need... No, you're good.
There's some catastrophic storm brewing at the top of Olympus. Can't get anywhere near it. What's happening up there?
That storm conceals the real threat. Kronos awakened the father of all monsters and set him loose. These forces we're fighting, they're just a stalling tactic and a feint.
You're saying that's bloody Typhon? Oh, God. Since I was young, I prayed to all of you for safety and good fortune from my tower. Now it's you yourselves who better pray.
Yeah, we better start praying. Yeah, it's a thing in Hades 1, yeah.
I don't yet know all that requires. Though prayer most
You could pick how many bosses it affects, but in this one, it affects all of them, as far as I can tell. The Vow of Rivals is just like, it just changes everything. I'm not doing Hazard Boom. This is a silly one. Your Omega moves also deal 50 damage in an area around foes they hit, but use plus 10. Okay, but I need to grab, like, Tranquil Gang or something after this. Health, please. Off we go. Forward! It's also the first way you can actually encounter the other Furies, though. But that depends on how far through... Thank you. Hi. Whenever your casts expire, restore health. Restore magic. Yes, we need that. We want... I would really like to get the one that makes my cast expand, if I could. Yep, that one. Supernova. Thank you. Cool. Yeah. Or I could pay extra. I'm gonna get that now. Yeah. Okay, we will get... Consent +1 when used in Guardian encounters. Oh. Oh god, please don't be Carabitus. I think it's gonna be Carabitus. It's not, it's this guy. He's not great either, but... Yep, attacks inflict scorch. Yep, good. Good. Okay, well, I don't really need to be here yet, but okay.
The Black Flagship.
I'm gonna take that. Oh no, guys, really? Unalterable. Guys, come on! Family dispute. Great. Please don't kill me. I would really like it if you don't kill me.
Why, thank you. Came off the boon of Hestia, did you?
Sorry.
Sorry, Great Auntie. She's angry with me now.
Okay, cool. Not too bad, not too bad. Cool. Nice. Okay, and we're back to... Come on! Oh. We're right back here. Cool. Alright, bye. Now... Okay, no, she's not different. Hi, Eris.
Just about everybody on Olympus giving you their best, huh? You must be very proud. The gods, they don't agree on much at all.
No, they do not. Yet when the need arises, they can set their differences aside.
You know who really gets what's going on up there? Ares. If anybody's brought that family together, it's the god of war. His cause, even I can get behind.
Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I knew it.
Don't hate me, babe. I'm just being me.
Just being a bitch. bitch!
To be beaten by her.
I know.
How can a daughter of Nyx turn against us? And give me such a drubbing, too.
Yeah.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
How'd you get all those other shades out there to do the busy work around here anyway?
Headmistress took them in. I helped train and communicate with them. Many came from being trapped between the realms. Some never got a proper burial. Others died unfulfilled or violently. They never made it to the underworld.
Oof, that's rough. Say, you don't think I fall into one of those categories there, do you? I'd hate to think I didn't get a proper burial.
It's not a laughing matter, Dora.
I shall return.
Interesting.
Yeah, nice. Okay. Unrivaled, okay. So I have to vanquish all of the unrivaled.
Princess, I'm realizing that whenever you return, it's likely due to some unfortunate result. One I might have easily anticipated in the past, but not anymore.
I'm fine, Lord Morris. Thank you for asking. I'm fairly accustomed to such outcomes at this point. It's interesting to know the fates are not forcing it along, that it's all in my control.
I know, Monmouth.
Well, now that you mention it, I can't entirely be sure the fates have no more influence at all. How frustrating, not knowing whether our actions have been preordained or not.
Yeah.
I try not to think on it too much. Look, you're right, I've never known what it was like before Kronos returned. You keep insinuating it was worse than now. How so?
Already told you, babe. Your father, my mother, whole inner circle, they got off bossing everyone around. Didn't give me space to spread my wings. Bunch of Olympus wannabes, but with mood lighting.
So you prefer living in a state of total disorder and constant mayhem to living under a principled set of rules?
She's strife. Yes. The answer is yes.
That's a really good way to put it.
You think I can get her to a point where she won't keep attacking?
Got me one of these. Don't you have anything else? Only messing with you, babe. I'll get you back for this sometime, okay?
Please don't. I mean, I just wanted you to have it since I know you have a taste for this stuff, but it's been harder to come by. Anyway.
You not attack me? Okay, I need... Oh. I have a fish. I still need these. I still need all of these. All of these. Oh my god, I still need everything! Kind of, yeah. How many do I have? I have... Okay, I'm not using my tickets for that. I will buy them with bones if I must. Yeah. I think that's enough. Okay. Interesting. Oh, whenever you claim rewards of bones, gain +5 magic. Okay, I shouldn't have spent all my bones. Whenever you glean... Okay, great. Okay, I need to get up there again. Okay, Griefthirst to gain gemstones. To gain kudos from the wretched broker. Interesting.
Arms of night, draw out the riches of the earth.
Yeah. Mote it be.
It must be very difficult for you up there. My aim was to prepare you for the dangers of the underworld, not those Olympus ought be able to take care of on its own.
Every misstep on the surface is a harsher lesson even than below. I've become more used to it, but I'm constantly reminded I should not be able to set foot up there at all.
And yet you carry on. Notice how I do not even attempt to cure you of that stubbornness. It is probably your family's most pervasive trait. Well, if you wish to keep making things even harder on yourself, at least you know the way.
Yeah.
I like having options.
Do you want to go fishing?
Do you suppose we could take a brief break from all this and stop by the river over at the pier?
I do wish to see firsthand whether your skill...
Damn it. Okay. Not yet, then. Nothing more from me this night. Interesting. It would accept an offer. It probably could do bath salts with... Let's take a bath with Odysseus, shall we? We'll talk to him first, though.
Was it sailing through the rift of Thessaly, goddess? Sometimes I long for my past days and nights at sea. Probably since I've forgotten just how miserable it was.
Yeah, probably.
I could remind you at this point. Kronos has this vast fleet of ships drawn from the very depths, drowned crews and all. I had to commandeer whichever craft I could.
A proper nautical experience then, fraught with danger, mystery. I feel a little envious of those drowned crews. After I died, I thought my sailing days were done.
Well, Kronos could probably use more sailors after what I did to them.
Put in a good word for me, would you?
No, I think I won't, actually. Alright, let's see if he will accept bath salts.
I was just thinking nothing clears the mind like a refreshing, burning hot soak.
Oh, I do enjoy a good relaxing bath, even whilst dead. And who am I to say no to a goddess? So why not?
Yeah, bath time with Odysseus.
Perfect.
Can he even... He can't feel that.
Not quite the same, but my eyes are going to remain averted here, if that's all right.
Would mortals often bathe, Odysseus?
Oh, well, perhaps...
No, mortals are stinky!
Both men and women at the same time. Doing so could seem untoward.
I see. We gods have no such shame, I realize. Have I made you uncomfortable?
Me? No, of course not. In fact, I've bathed with goddesses before. It's been a little while.
Oh, that's all right. Doubtless you'll recall the finer points. You mostly just have to try and let go your burdens.
Should be simple, as I've many of those. In fact, no matter how many I let go, it seems some yet remain. Though being here does help.
Well, as long as it's agreeable for you.
It is. Agreeable. It is.
Warm water.
Well, don't know about you, but I am properly relaxed, I'd say.
Yeah, nice. Perfect. Okay. Okay, I will gift you.
Oh no, not this again. Look, I forgave you for last time. Didn't mean it as an invitation to get me more of this stuff. Don't like owing anybody any favors.
Just take it and enjoy it, Nem. Besides, I heard you were looking for some more of our witch's poison. Nobody seems to appreciate it quite like you.
Oh, devour! Thank you.
Why don't I ever see you on the surface, Nem? Surely we have foes deserving your attention there.
Death to Kronos is the only task. Won't get caught up in the details like you. Each night you spend up in the mountains, the Titan secures his foothold below.
You don't see how Typhon's reemergence complicates matters. He's not exactly the sort of problem one can ignore for long.
Really? Watch me.
May I?
Oh. Okay.
Lord Hypnos, when I was in Tartarus, I found some seeds which grew into poppies, like the ones that line your bedding there. What if I used them with... I just had an idea. I promise to be careful.
Ooh. Do I have the stuff for it?
A means to wake Lord Hypnos, possibly.
Whoa!
Sleep is not death, for the sleeping awake.
Felt your words.
Yeah, you felt my words. Oh. No. There was an attempt.
Please work. Lord Hypnos, you have slumbered long enough. I know you're lost in dream, but I shall do my best to lead you back here to reality. Now breathe in deep.
Oh!
Is this... Where am I? Still fast asleep. Even here.
Look at the cutout Thanatos! Is there anybody else with a funny cutout in here? No? Okay. Welcome to the house. Look how grumpy Hades!
He said how? He's trying to communicate. Lord Hypnos, I'm Malinoi.
He's trying to communicate.
Rouse you from your slumber. Can you hear me?
He's not trying to communicate.
Awake. I'm awake. How is it that you sleep even in dream? What can I do to bring you back to us? Because we need you. Your own sister tells me that your wisdom and knowledge are second to none.
It's so funny that we know that Hypnos sucks, but she's like, he's great! Knows nothing.
I walked straight into what? Lord Hypnos, I don't understand. You have to snap out of this. My time here runs short, and if this doesn't work, I don't know what else to
I love the Hades cutout. It's so funny.
Thanks for stopping by. The dream's collapsing. No, wait, please.
Damn it. Close. No banana.
No, his consciousness had slipped away from me. How am I... I need to think. Pleasant dreams for now.
Nope. Not enough. Damn it. Just the person you're a fan of just sucks and there's no rhyme or reason for it. Yep. He's gonna wake up and she's gonna be like, oh, he sucks. Oh, he's not helpful at all. Great. He's the least helpful person. Yep.
Recycle, please, broker.
Thank you. Yeah, never meet your heroes. Okay. Alright, let's go cash in some ashes. Hi, TP! I'm just about you're late.
Different arrangements of Arcana now.
Oh. Okay, I have all the Arcana. I needed ash for something else.
I've had these in my head for long enough.
Need ash for ashen memories of life. Yeah. Okay. That's what I need ash for. And I think something, it might be in something in the pool. In the pool. Hello, pool.
The grave thirst aura is even stronger now.
Oh, I can get one of these. Ho ho. Yes, this one.
New life for the tablets of peace.
Yes, nice. And, oh. Vow of rivals in effect. Pursue the sightless shepherd beyond the limits of the city of Ephira, making use of dark and lovely blessings. And neat.
The tablet of peace showed you how to get here, but I shall show you the way. You remained upon the surface for
War rages above. The Olympians sent Heracles himself to contain the damage.
Shades of the dead. Sure sounds like more disciples we can use. Sprint into them, will ya?
Yes, sir. Show the commander.
I got you, Shades.
Aw, you did miss FNAF, unfortunately. But the VOD will be up the moment I finish the stream on YouTube, so feel free to check it out. We had a good time. Mostly watched Heyday because I didn't finish FNAF 2. I don't like it. We'll come back to FNAF 3 eventually. But I like the idea of keeping the FNAF streams as something a little bit more than just the game, because FNAF gameplay, when streamed, can be a little bit iffy. Not too scared, no, I'm annoyed. I finished the important parts of FNAF 2. Yeah, finished the first 2 nights. I'm not scared of FNAF 2. FNAF 2 is not scary. It's just tense and oftentimes bullshit. It has always been my least favorite of the games. In terms of, like, its lore makes no sense, and then it's not fun. Oh, I don't have enough yet. I need 12. I need 12. Shit. Okay, alright, I'm going to put in an order for Moondust. I'm going to put in an order for Moondust, thank you. I'm going to plant a bunch of, I'm going to plant all of my flowers, in fact, everything that I have. And a mandrake. Nice. 1k for one night of FNAF 2. You can do it, I'll do it as a bit. For bits. I'll do it for bits. I ain't doing that for channel points. That's you want me to torture torture myself for free in this economy? So Silver Spade is the only one we need more of. I see. Okay, that's what we needed Olive Branch for. Cool. Alright. Yeah, I have to go as well. I have to be up in 7 hours. So, we are finishing up for tonight. Thank you everybody so much for coming. I hope we all had a great time with Five Nights at Freddy's, and we wrapped up with some Hades too. So tomorrow will be V Rising. So not 5, we're not starting 9 tomorrow. We're doing V Rising tomorrow. So update on the schedule there. I will also be posting about it on Twitter. And then on Thursday, we'll be going to start Final Fantasy IX. I have played 9 before, but it is Final Fantasy IX's 25th anniversary this year, so I will be playing it, making sure that I do go around and play that game within this year. And it should be a good time. So thank you everybody so much for coming, and hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good morning, afternoon, evening, or night, and I'll catch you later. Bye-bye! Bye-bye!